and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination. And then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the city of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the city of Northport solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change my job and serve people. So I went ahead and went through an EMT and paramedic program, went to fire academy, and then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their police.
Good morning, everybody. Today's Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. It's 10 a.m. We're in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present. Commissioner Duval is absent today. Commissioner Langdon's here, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emmerich, and Commissioner Petro. There's a quorum present for the meeting. Also present, City Manager Fletcher, Interim City Attorney Golan, City Clerk Faust, Board Specialist Lindner, Police Chief Garrison, and Deputy Chief Herlihy. I'd like to recognize retired Commissioner Jim Blucher and ask him if he'd be kind enough to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to approve the agenda. Let's vote. And that passes 4-0. City Clerk, public comments.
Good morning, this is Gary Thalman of 5042 Greenway Drive, Northport, Florida, a 23-year Northport resident. I'm calling in reference to ordinance number 2025-28, the Central Park Pattern Plan. I'm unable to attend today's meeting, but asking the Commission to vote to uphold the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board's recommendation of last month on this issue. This is the best solution for all city residents. I am the president and treasurer of the Sable Trades Alliance, which represents over 2,800 people who live around the Central Park housing development. My phone number is 941-961-9724. Thank you, commissioners, for making this decision. Good day.
Brock Mitchell, Development Master Plan Amendment PMCPA-24-00000114 to the Northport City Commissioners We will not be able to attend the commission meeting being held on October 14, 2025. However, we do want to express my views regarding the request to amend the Central Park Development Master Plan. We live in the colony at Sable Trace, and we are very much in favor of the requested amendment. We have been informed that Central Park developer is also strongly in favor of the requested amendment. The lake adjacent to the colony has been there since the colony was built. There has always been a clear view of that adjacent lake. We as owners backing onto said lake and as a community would like it to remain that way with no additional new trees or shrubs blocking our view. We purchased the unit based on it backing onto the lake with a view of the lake. Blocking the view will unfairly affect the enjoyment of numerous unit owners currently enjoying the view. It will also unfairly affect the resale value of numerous units. As long-time Northport taxpayers, this is extremely concerning. We don't understand the purpose for trees or shrubs blocking the view. Originally, we backed onto a golf course, which was shut down, but at least we were left with the beautiful lake and view that it brings. The lake has been enlarged a bit and looks extremely attractive. Our shoreline remained the same, and we would like it to stay that way. With all of this in mind, please approve the requested amendment and grant waiver 1 to the Development Master Plan Amendment, Brock and Margaret Mitchell. In person, I have Joan Morgan, followed by Chris Johnson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hey, Jim. All right. Okay. Here to do some congratulations and thank you for some of the things that are going on in Northport. Everyone wants to complain about the bad. Let's say some things about the good. Teen Court is phenomenal. You have no idea how many people you're helping. It is just unbelievable. Northport University, thank you, thank you, thank you. And the Northport University Teens is going to be incredible. That is going to be such a great advantage to so many. If you learn, if you find that you have something you can do in life, guess what? The future is yours. And that is just a brilliant plan. So happy we have Devin Epps, Jane Atkins from the city working with them and that on the Teen Court University. Want to thank you all. I've never done it in person, for Kevin Mace, our DeFi coordinator. You have no idea what a great, great, great opportunity this is for so many students in Northport. It's going to do so much for that program. It's going to save lives. I mean, basically, he is phenomenal. He's doing a good job, and really want to thank you for him being here. Want to thank you all for some of the things that hopefully will happen today. One of the things that I miss about Northport for Halloween is, remember when we did the trick or treat inside City Hall? That was crazy, man. That was unbelievable. And frankly, with the population today, you couldn't do it. But I'm glad on some things we are keeping our hometown community. If we lose that, we're done. Kiwanis, do the right thing. Kiwanis working on the Christmas stuff. And on the agenda, again, 25-2904, Kiwanis getting a chance for another portable near the Dallas White Park, near Sam Shapos Drive. And I hope everyone on the commission knows who Sam Shapos was and what he did for Northport, and Dallas White for the Dallas White Park. Anyway, Kiwanis does so much. I believe the Kiwanis members get 50 hours in the day to be able to do all that. It's not their fault that they need another trailer and everything else. I mean, you know, the hurricanes did all that, that's for sure. I want to also say 25-2813, the Boca Chica Park, that's been a long time in coming. That's going to be a great, great, great new addition to Northport, and I'm so glad that's on the agenda, and that's hopefully going to go forward. Thank you for everything. Thank you for last week. Really wanted to make sure the senior center and the Awaken food drive, somehow, whatever. Good luck figuring it all out, but that's Northport, okay? We are a community that cares, and if we lose that, we lose everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Johnson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the United Way of South Sarasota County, and we are the local lead agencies for both the long-term recovery group for Hurricanes Ian, Helene, Milton, Debbie, and Idalia. as well as the lead agency for the COAD, our Community Organizations Active in Disaster, and most recently our disaster case management program through Volunteer Florida at the state, funded ultimately by FEMA. I wanted to give you a quick update on some of those ongoing efforts of the Long-Term Recovery Group and the Disaster Case Management Program this morning. I wanted to give you a thanks as well for Stacy Aloisio and for Mike Nevarez. Both of them have been actively involved in our COAD and Long-Term Recovery Group since its inception, and we appreciate their involvement. They're a great resource and a great support. To date, our Long-Term Recovery Group has completed 120 rebuilds on homes in our area, helping families that have been impacted by the hurricanes return to safe, secure, and functional housing. We continue to actively raise additional funds for reconstruction, and we currently have 3 funders at our unmet needs table reviewing and funding cases, making meaningful recovery possible for more households. We're thrilled to share that we have secured continued support from World Renew for another 2 years. World Renew offers skilled volunteer laborers who have already contributed over $1.2 million worth of labor over the past 2 years within our community. And we are truly blessed to have them continue to support that recovery for those impacted by Hurricanes Helene and Milton. In addition, we've secured partnerships with several other volunteer labor groups, including Mennonite Disaster Services, Praying Pelican Missions, and the Presbyterian Disaster Assistance, which greatly expands our capacity to rebuild homes. The Long-Term Recovery Group has also secured the purchase of a 16-foot box truck, which is now being used to transport building materials and appliances to work sites. This is a significant step forward in increasing our logistical efficiency. However, we continue to have an ongoing need for a warehouse to store construction supplies and donated goods, a critical piece in streamlining operations in the future. Currently, our Long-Term Recovery Group is actively working 78 cases with families, spanning Hurricane Ian through Hurricane Milton. And our case managers are in the process of making the first 540 outreach calls to impacted residents from Helene and Milton. These efforts reflect our unwavering commitment to ensure that every household in need is reached and supported. On the case management side, United Way has secured the disaster case management program for Helene and Milton. This is a first of its kind program where an LTRG is actually administering the DCMP directly, a model that's never been done before and required approval at the federal level. And we are proud to be one of only 2 counties in Florida, alongside Collier, piloting this innovative approach. DCMP does provide case management, but case management only. No construction cost is included, so we are continuing to research those funding sources so that we can rebuild homes. And we are responsible for outreach to the over 70,000 FEMA registrants on the ISA list to make sure they're returned to rebuild homes. So we thank you, commissioners, for your continued support and for these efforts to restore and rebuild these lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all there.
All righty. Moving on, we got announcements, City Clerk.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include Art Advisory Board, Auditor Selection Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Environmental Advisory Board, Firefighters Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and Veterans Park Advisory Committee. Sarasota County Advisory Council vacancies include 1 resident in Northport to serve on the Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizen Advisory Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, consent agenda. City Manager, any items been pulled?
Yes, sir. 2 items, Mr. Mayor. Item D, 25-2532. And item E, 25-2813.
Righty. And who pulled those?
Both Commissioner Langdon.
Okay. So I am looking for a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll make it, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda, pulling items D and E for further discussion.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by the Vice Mayor to approve the items in the consent agenda, accepting items D and E for discussion. If there's nothing more to that, let's vote. And that passes 4-0. Commissioner Langdon, let's start with D, 25-2532.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a memo of understanding with the Northport Art Center to provide a ground lease. My concern is, in our last meeting, we had a conversation about our need to tear down the building that currently houses the Awaken Food Pantry and the Senior Center. We also have an item on this agenda from Kiwanis to place a trailer on our property. I support these organizations. I think they provide services that are vital. They are the heartbeat of Northport. My concern is we need to make sure that we're balanced and fair and consistent in what we are willing to provide and do for our nonprofits. So it would be my preference to have all of the items that touch our nonprofits, so the Awaken Food Pantry, Senior Center, the Arts Center, Kiwanis. And I also understand that our director, Janet, is also taking a look at our leasing policies, you know, the rents that we provide to our nonprofits. Again, I just really think that we need to address all of these in a fair, balanced, and consistent way, and that we do it together, you know, that we sort of address all of these asks together. But I'm really more interested in how my fellow commissioners feel about that than saying anything more about my thoughts on the matter.
Commissioners, anybody want to weigh in? Vice Mayor, you're up, sir.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Langdon on how everybody needs to be treated fairly. And the one thing that stuck out to me when I was reading through the memorandum was about the lease for 3 years. And I know that it's hard raising money and going forward and stuff like that. Other groups are doing it thus far, but to tie up a piece of property for 3 years in a lease is a little difficult, especially if there's no headway in raising funds, fundraising, this, that, and the other. I would much rather see it at a yearly lease if we were to go forward with it with, you know, certain parameters set in place for progress. This way, it's on both entities. The city's offering the land, the organization is going forward trying to seek funding for projects, like possibly the containers or the portables or this, that, and the other, if they have agreements. And I know in grant programs you have to have certain signed agreements moving forward. That could be part of the progress that is made, like at the end of the first year, hey, we're in a grant agreement, we're doing this, that, and the other. Okay, well, you got another year. It's just situations like that, because I don't want to hold a property for one individual if another organization is moving forward faster and is ready to be able to sign a lease with a building coming in or whatever the case may be. So that's where I was stuck on the memorandum, was the 3 years versus the 1 year possibly with parameters. So, I mean, to be on the same page with all the organizations, maybe we have to have a meeting with whoever's concerning, you know, those areas that they want to be able to take part in, and maybe they can work as a group together to achieve their goals together as well. I mean, the more the merrier. So that's where I was at on this one. I'm not against it, it's just, yeah, I think it just needs to be done properly going forward. That's all, for all parties involved. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anything else to this item? My comments, couple of things. One, I agree with Commissioner Langdon. I mean, we have to be very careful that with all our nonprofits, we treat them equitably. Truth is, they provide incredible value to our community. You know, whether it's Kiwanis, whether it's Awaken Food Pantry, whether it's the Senior Center, whether it's the Art Center, they all contribute to this community and help us be who we are, which is this kind of a family-friendly community, and I think it's important that we do everything we can to assist and support those nonprofits, as long as we do it in a way that's fair and equitable and takes into account, you know, the fact that we are the stewards of the citizens' tax dollars, and we have to be careful how we spend them and where we spend them. That said, with regard to this specific agenda item, on the memorandum of understanding, can I ask who drafted this?
Have to wish.
I'll ask this of our acting city attorney.
Sir,
Who drafted?
my office worked with staff to draft it.
Okay, so we drafted it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. On where it cites terms on page 1, it talks about the term of this MOU, memorandum of understanding, is from the effective date through and until parties execute a ground lease, unless otherwise terminated by mutual written agreement of both parties, or as otherwise set forth in this memorandum of understanding. Then when I go down to the bottom, the last paragraph on last page there, where it's, I guess, page 3, miscellaneous, it talks about the parties acknowledge that neither party shall be bound to the other by this MOU for damages, blah, blah, blah. Either party may terminate this MOU upon written notice, but such termination does not relieve Northport Arts Center of responsibilities incurred prior to termination. So on the one hand, it's talking about this MOU is terminated by mutual consent, but down at the bottom, it talks about by either party. Am I missing something here? I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but.
That could be cleaned up a little bit better, maybe.
Okay,
To make it one way or the other.
Because the reason I say it, if the intent is as specified in section 4 there under miscellaneous, then providing a 3-year window for the Arts Center to try to raise the money isn't that big a concern, since this MOU can be terminated at any time by either party. If it's the intent that this 3-year window be solid and immovable, so to speak, that the city, if all of a sudden someone came in and offered $50 million for that property, you know, and we wanted to do something different, we couldn't. If this binds us for 3 years, then I might suggest we talk about how we can create some sort of a progress, some ability to gauge progress. And the reason I say this is the Art Center, as valuable as it is to this community, had at least 2 to 3 years notice, if not more, that this was coming. And they've really been unable to mount any kind of a fundraising plan. So I'm a little concerned about locking this property up, as Vice Mayor said, for a 3-year period. But I'd very much like to see them be able to build something there if they have any capability of doing it. And I appreciate that going out to find money is hard enough, let alone if you have a moving target as far as where your location's gonna be. It's not gonna happen if they don't know they have a home that they can build on, a piece of property. So, you know, I don't know where we go on this, but I got a problem with the agreement as it is. And beyond that, just making sure that everything's equitable among all the nonprofits that we work with. You know, I don't know if you have.
It does give either party the authority to terminate the contract for no reason, and no reason. So if the intent was that it wouldn't be terminated unless for mutual agreement, but does it, in paragraph 4, it does give that authority to the either party.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we want them to be able to go out there and try to fundraise, you know, and be able to represent to those folks who might want to invest in their project that, you know, they've got a place to actually build their building. So I don't know how we can do this. If the way it reads is fine and we just clean up that first paragraph, I'm kind of, I guess, good with that. But I certainly do think that as a city, we really need to address our nonprofits and how we work with them. We want to help them, we want to support them, but we also have to be careful what we do with our taxpayer dollars and how we spend them. And we also have to be equitable. I mean, just because, you know, a couple of us might think 1 or 2 of these nonprofits are so critical and there are others that aren't, everybody feels differently, and we don't want anybody to be, you know, put out of sorts or feel as if they're not being treated fairly. So With that, I don't know where we want to go with this. Anybody want to take a stab at it?
I hear potentially a couple of motions. Do you want me to?
All ears.
I move that city manager work, or I should say maybe acting city attorney, work with staff to clarify the cancellation clauses in the memo of understanding. Is that specific enough?
Do you want the city to be able to terminate? You want either party to be able to terminate rather than mutual termination? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I heard.
I think that makes the most sense unless it causes a problem from the standpoint of the Arts Center's ability to go out and try to fundraise.
I don't know, maybe staff can weigh in on
And
conversations that they've
so
had.
I'd like to gather their input on that. I mean, they obviously would like to know we'd lock up this property for the next 10 years for them, but that's, I don't know how realistic that could be. But so, if it's 3 years, yeah, best for the city would be that way. Otherwise, I think we need to really think about how do we track this? I'd hate to go 3 years, at the end of 3 years, find they haven't raised any money substantially, and an opportunity may have come and gone because, we had the inability to do anything with this property. So the best way to give either party the ability to cancel. But I'd certainly get with them and see if this makes sense. That's why I asked who drafted it, because I didn't know.
I'd be happy to withdraw my motion and give it another shot based on that communication.
Yeah, it hasn't been seconded. Go
Okay,
ahead.
City Clerk, okay, so let me try it again.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Just one thing real quick, maybe if we had like that meeting with the nonprofits, and set up a parameter over there, and let's just say this amount of property, we're gonna go ahead and set aside for, let's say, nonprofit row, this area. It could be a couple acres, and then they could fit in as they move forward with their stuff, but we blocked off X amount of property for the next 5, 10 years, whatever the case may be, for all of the nonprofits, and as they get their funding, first come, first served, they could move in there. But, we're looking at, possibly up to 10, maybe nonprofits that would be looking at a building, maybe 5. I think we have plenty of land over there, and we could do it that way, but I think the main thing is having a meeting with all the nonprofits before we do anything. And I think before you have a motion, you gotta do public comments, sir.
That's right, too.
So, that's all I had.
All right, you were going to try a second. We have any public comment on this item? All right, thanks, Vice Mayor. Go ahead there.
Let me try again. I'm going to go to my second one before I do the first one. I move to instruct city manager to work with the following nonprofits: Awaken Food Pantry, Senior Center, Kiwanis, and the Arts Center, to identify their needs and expectations, and to bring back to a future meeting, but as quickly as possible, an agenda item where we will discuss how we approach the space, building, and other needs in order to retain these nonprofits within the boundaries of the city of Northport.
I'll second that.
Okay. Anything to it? I feel more comfortable if we didn't identify the specific nonprofits and rather, boy, I don't want this to turn into a three-ring circus. I'm again concerned about the equity. I mean, what makes this group of nonprofits worthy of singling out, so to speak? I'm probably not picking the right words, but why these? I mean, are there not other nonprofits that equally contribute to this community and should be included in the conversation of this sort? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the way that I look at it, these are the 4 neediest nonprofits at this point right now. We've already taken away 1 building from the Art Center. We're looking at the end of life of the building for 2 other nonprofits. And for Kiwanis has been working for quite a few years getting their nonprofits together to put a building there, and they're sort of in the lead right now on where they've progressed on their fundraising. So I think to start with these 4 being the most neediest at this time, we always are opening up the door for others to come in down the road. But I think these are the 4 neediest ones because it wasn't the Senior Center and Awaken over there, but it was Kiwanis and it was the Art Center over there in that area. So maybe we make a conglomerate and get them all over there in time. You know, with the Senior Center and stuff, we still have a little bit of time on trying to prolong the life of the building. So maybe within a year or 2, they'd be able to move over into that area or start now to be able to move over to that area. I think the conversation needs to be had rather than us picking and choosing and this, that, and the other. But these are the 4 mains right now that are the most neediest that have come to us already. So why not include them? That's the way I look at it. That's all I have, Mayor.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't be in our best interest to have staff along with legal work on a policy, a comprehensive policy as far as how we interact with our nonprofits, what our position is on city-owned property being made available at some price to nonprofits, and any other issues, really any other issues of interaction between the parties. I mean, to me, you know, there are certain things the city can do legally and it can't do legally. I mean, it can spend citizens' tax dollars only on certain things. And my concern about having a meeting with either a group of or all nonprofits to talk about what their needs are, I'm not sure is as appropriate upfront as having the city come up with what makes sense as a logical policy and approach to nonprofits. I mean, every city, every municipality has nonprofits, so it's like there's plenty. We're not going to invent the wheel here. I mean, all we really got to do is some due diligence and figure out, like, what the best way is, what the best approach is, what the most equitable way is to interface with our nonprofits with regard to a number of areas of interaction. And to me, that makes more sense before we have a meeting, then perhaps some sort of a meeting where we get with them and explain where the city's position is on this, get their input, pull that all together, and then bring it back before commission. It just seems as if the city needs to get its act together in terms of what is its position? What can we and can't we do with regard to nonprofits? We certainly don't want to send the wrong message, which is that we want to make it difficult for them. Nonprofits are invaluable. They do things that our city government does not do. They are invaluable to this community, and we want to do everything we can to keep them here and support them. But we got to do it legally, and we got to do it fairly and equitably. So, you know.
If I might respond to that. I would just remind us all that's what is unique about these 4 nonprofits is they either currently or in the past operated out of buildings provided by the city that have had to be demolished because of their age and condition. And certainly my intention with the motion, it's for this commission to set some policy direction on how we engage with nonprofits. I mean, all 4 of these organizations have serious space needs because they have been displaced. So are we willing to spend some taxpayer money or not? Do we want to partner with the nonprofits? We'll do this if they do that. I think before we ask staff to work up a policy, I think we need to talk about it.
Need to know what we legally can and can't do. I have no idea what we can legally spend citizens' tax dollars on. I mean, I assume we can refurbish or rebuild a building that the city owns that it happens to lease at $1 a month to a nonprofit. I think we have the ability to do that. But what about all the other things? I mean, there's a lot of devil in the details here. I don't know what the city can or can't do. I also don't know what common practices throughout the surrounding areas. I'd like to be somewhat consistent and know that we're doing at least as much as everybody else is doing out there, and maybe come up with some interesting ideas. So, I'm just questioning, does the cart go before the horse or the horse before the cart in this case? That's all. I think ultimately both meetings have to take place, but, I feel like if we get together with either a select group of nonprofits or a whole group of nonprofits, there's not going to be a whole lot of parameters on it. The conversation's going to be wide open, and we're not going to have all the answers for them as to what we can and can't do, what we might want to do or not do. It seems to me that the city ought to have a position and a policy based on some foundational knowledge, experience, research, study, and then come back and say, it looks like this is what we think we should be doing. We want your input. Get your input, tweak it if we need to, and then make a decision. It just is a question of what order. I don't want to waste a lot of people's time, so. City Manager?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we talked about this before, and I know we're sort of getting off of the consent agenda items into a larger conversation, but our team has been working on the lease policy revision, and it does include a recommendation for how the nonprofit language should be structured inside of that global policy to allow for the best form of consistency throughout the city. We just got some information back over the weekend for it. We are planning to bring that to you on the next meeting, which is October 28th.
Oh, good.
You have a motion.
You have a motion on the floor. If there's nothing more to it, I guess we can go ahead and vote. And that passes 3-1 with me in dissenting. Again, it's only for the reason of which goes first or second, so I'm good with this. I support the majority. And let's go forward. Anything else to this item? I guess not.
We potentially had a second motion regarding the MOU specifically.
Yeah. Did you make it?
I did, but it was based on your comments. Do you want to pass the gavel and give it a shot?
All right. Look to make a motion to direct City Attorney's Office to review the MOU and create some consistency with regard to termination, to assure that either party has the right to terminate the MOU for any reason.
It-
That's it?
You got that, City Clerk? Can you read it back, please?
To direct the city attorney to review the MOU to create consistency regarding termination to ensure either party has the right to terminate for any reason.
I would second for discussion. If it's okay with the motion maker, I'd suggest that we also add in annual milestones. I think that was another good point that you made. Rather than 3 years and finding out at the end of 3 years that it's a no-go, that we have some milestones.
If either party can cancel for any reason, the milestones don't seem that necessary. I don't want to, my intention wasn't to create obstacles for them or goals. If they come up $1,000 short, if we set a number and they fall short, then we're back at, gee, do we cut them some slack because they came so close? I would like to avoid the entire issue by simply making this MOU something that either party can cancel at will. If that's enough of an agreement for them to be able to go out and attempt to fundraise, that's all. And rather than have to set milestones of fundraising, I mean.
And also, maybe when we have our secondary discussion, when it comes back, we can look at the updated MOU and make tweaks to it as well.
Yeah, because that'll be coming back to us. I don't know if city attorney's office can bring it back to us within a week's time.
They're fully staffed, they should be able to.
A week's time is probably unlikely. We have to go back and forth with the Arts Center to
Right. That's
have a discussion
all right.
as soon as we can.
Well, we got a motion on the
You got
floor.
a motion on the floor.
Anything else to it?
No, I think we should vote on the amendment first.
Did you make an amendment?
I did,
No,
to
you
add
didn't.
milestones. Did you hear an amendment, City Clerk?
We're making an official one now.
Has that amendment been seconded?
No, not yet. I'm waiting for the city clerk to go ahead and read it back now.
To include language regarding milestones?
Yes,
And was that seconded?
Not yet.
yeah.
Do we have a second?
We have a second.
We have a second. By Commissioner Petro.
Anything to that?
Anything else to it? All right, let's vote on the amendment.
And that passes 3-1.
And to the main motion as amended? Well,
Gotta clear it.
Sorry.
and to the main motion as amended. And that passes 4-0. Thank you.
Sir. All right. We struggled past that one. Moving on to item E, which also was pulled by Commissioner Langdon. You got the floor, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. In our last meeting, we talked about our need for an emergency operations center. And we had a fair amount of conversation regarding whether or not in today's economic environment and the city's financial situation, whether now was the best time to entertain building another city building. For me, I will just say, when I first ran for city commission, I wanted the city to have the best of everything. The best staff, the best programs, the best buildings, the best infrastructure. And now in my 5th year in, light is finally dawning on Marblehead that we don't have the money to do the best of everything. And we're gonna have to choose. We're gonna have to make some really, really hard decisions where we put our available money. So when I saw the item approving the construction of, I think, the 30th new park west of Toledo Blade, which is the center of the city, I just wanted to pull it and give this body an opportunity to reconsider that. Would it be more wise to delay the construction of another new park until we get through the next year or a year or two and have a better idea of what's happening at the state level regarding our taxing authority, what's happening in the economic environment. There's a lot of flux. And I also want to point out that we have $1.7 million of investment on this agenda on park maintenance and park improvements. So, I mean, we're looking at everything. We need to look at everything and decide what is the best timing for making these investments. Where can we have the most beneficial impact for the residents of this city? Because we're really gonna have to make some tough decisions this year and next year, I suspect for the next couple of years, and none of us are gonna like the decisions we have to make. So for me, it's just a timing and a balance. If we're questioning the need for an emergency operations center, we're unable to fund a new police headquarters because we don't have the money. Do we need a 30th park right now west of Toledo Blade?
Commissioners.
Sandy coming up to give us a little brief.
Sandy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. So just want to make sure everybody's aware that this park, it is not the 30th park. We talk about having 28 parks and facilities. So for example, at Butler Park, that is a park, but it includes the Aquatic Center, the Morgan Center, kayak launches. So that number is more of a marketing term for the expanse of the park system. The funding for this park, for the construction of this park, all comes through park impact fees. Park impact fees can only be used to build parks and facilities related to parks. We've taken a lot of care in putting the plans together for this park, and that it's not impacting the general fund because it's being built with park impact fees. And our estimated cost to operate is about $750 a month once it's built. It's very low impact, passive park. We worked with the neighborhood putting that in place. And we also, as a city, we do have an obligation to spend the park impact fees that we collect from new development. So I just want to make sure that's on everybody's radar. We've collected almost $6 million in in-park impact fees in a 3-mile area around this park in the last 5 years.
Vice Mayor.
I don't know if I read it pertaining to this item, but hasn't there already been like playground equipment and stuff purchased and it's ready to be shipped, or it is shipped already?
There's been $220,000 in expenditures already on this project. We had the CMAR, pre-construction CMAR put in place. We've been working on this for about a year. And the playground equipment was a direct order because that is a savings to the project by not going through that CMAR and us doing it directly. And that is on order to be delivered in November.
Right, and then I thought I had read that. So if we were to put the kibosh on this program, then we would have a quarterly built park, possibly.
Potentially.
Yes. All right, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, 2 questions for clarification purposes. So the impact fees cannot be used on maintenance of current parks?
Correct.
And that's what I thought. So we cannot really restrict anything on this project as far as the designated funds that have been collected by the impact fees, correct?
The park impact fees that are collected cannot be used for other general city projects. For example, you were speaking about the EOC. Park impact fees cannot go towards that.
Not on maintaining or renovating
No
current funds?
maintenance. Only in increasing capacity.
And how much did we spend besides the buying of the equipment, the playground equipment on this project so far?
So far, we've spent $220,000 on the project so far, and that includes our playground equipment, which it's not a usual playground that you would see. We've made it very low impact, so it's a little bit different than the average playground. We've had design services for $71,000, pre-construction services, which I mentioned with the CMAR, and then we've had some permits, which are non-refundable, with Swift Mud and Florida Fish and Wildlife.
And I guess my other question is to my fellow commissioners, specifically to Commissioner Langdon. What would you recommend based on the information we've heard from Sandy? What would you
I would
direct?
recommend two things. I think that money spent on the design of that park isn't wasted. I'm not suggesting we cancel the park. I'm suggesting we delay it. My other thought is soon, I think, Ms. Sandy will be bringing a master plan to us regarding the build-out of parks infrastructure east of Toledo Blade, including Italy Ave and a new community center there. We've already had community conversations about that. So it would be my preference if, for whatever reason, we decided to not pursue Boca Chica, that we allocate that almost $1 million to the build-out of parks infrastructure east of Toledo Blade.
So I'd just add that the Italy Avenue Park, the service area is separate from the service area for this park. There are no parks on the other side of Salford except for Atwater currently. So this is a little bit northeast of that area. And then we have the Italy Avenue that would be in addition to the Atwater Park. It's very close to that. So it is serving a completely different population of the city. And I just want to make sure that Commission is aware that there is the potential that we could have to refund park impact fees if we don't start spending them. It is in city code that can be requested.
And what's the timeline of that refunding process if it gets to that point?
So it is, it's within 5 years from the date the impact fees were paid.
And where are we at now?
We, through the new Acela software, we were able to go back 5 years and look at what was paid in a 3-mile area. We just took that as a sample, and over $6 million have been collected in that area.
Anything else to this item?
I have one more question, if I may. So we calculated the impact fees collected in the area of that park. Is there any requirement that we spend those impact fees within that geographic area?
There is not, because we don't have districts, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
The only comments I'd have with regard to this one is, I get, Sandy's take that the impact fee dollars need to be spent on certain things, and I hate to delay this because time is money, and the potential of having to give back some of those impact fees, I doubt we would have to, but you never know. And I do appreciate we've got a master plan coming before us, hopefully in the next couple of months, next month or two, which, we have to take a hard look at. But this is a park that's been thought about for a long time, and there's no doubt that that's part of what makes this city is special a place as it is. The reality is that, as Commissioner Langdon said, over this next handful of months into this next year, we're probably going to be facing decisions that nobody wants to make about where we spend our dollars. And there is no doubt we are not going to have anywhere near enough dollars to do the things we need to do in this city. You know, infrastructure being the supreme priority in this city, and, you know, trying to focus on needs rather than wants, you know. I don't know. What would happen if we were to postpone making this decision until after the master plan was available for us, Sandy? What potential impact might that have on us, both from a standpoint of cost delays as well as obviously the impact fee issue?
Escalation. Yeah. There'd be construction escalation costs. We'd probably have to go back out through the CMAR process because they are not going to hold their fees for an extended amount of time. We would have playground equipment that either would have to sit on a site that's not developed, or we would have to rent space to store that equipment. And I just, the master plan, well, I know that's coming in December. This park has already been accounted for in that master plan, and it has been identified as a what we call park desert, where there is no services in that area. When the master plans come, it's going to ask for a park to be in that area, regardless of what decisions made today. It's still going to be looking for a park in that area.
All right, appreciate that. I have nothing more. We got public comment on this item? Entertain motions.
I'll make a motion. Move to approve item E 25-2813 as presented.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion on this, or are we ready to vote? Let's vote. And that passes 3-1 with Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, or reasons stated?
Reasons stated. I just think right now is not the proper time to evaluate the construction of a new park.
All right. Moving on. Public hearings. Ordinance first reading, 2025-28. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to need a motion to direct city clerk to read by title only, please.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by the Vice Mayor, to direct city clerk to read this item by title only. You're up, city clerk.
Got to vote.
Oh, let's vote. And that passes 4-0. Now you're up.
Ordinance number 2025-28, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Central Park at Northport Activity Center 9 Pattern Plan to revise the buffer plan, amending Articles 3, Table 3.3.1.2, Dimensional Standards, and Article 4, Development Standards of the Unified Land Development Code to reference the amended Central Park at Northport Pattern Plan, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. There are no agreed party status requests at this time. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand?
Wow.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for any ex parte communications, Commissioner Petro.
I met with Williams Parker and the other representative regarding this, and we talked about this briefly. What's the plan? What is the plan?
Vice Mayor?
I have none.
Just my conversations during one-on-ones with the city manager.
Yes, for me too. Very minimal conversation on the item in my agenda briefing.
Next up, we got presentations. Applicant.
To install that. So let me right here. I guess that's it. Yeah. Oops.
She said there were none.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, hit that button right there. Yeah, and it'll take it down. Oops. Now it is hit something. Try again. Hit that button. Right. Not that one. But there you go. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Now that I've got my presentation up and my timer going, I'm all set. I'm Peter Van Buskirk with Kimley Horn & Associates. I have been sworn. Today I'm here to present the amendment to our current development master plan for Central Park. Here's the, I think I've got the wrong one. Yeah, that's here, that's right. Okay.
Where did you put yours?
It's right here. So maybe you have to go. Are you seeing just one slide up there, or are you seeing two?
Not seeing anything.
Nope.
Help, it's on the way. We'll go back here.
IT to the rescue.
Want to preview mode? Just be. Thank you. Okay, now we have the right one, and I'm in good shape there. Sorry about that. Again, I'm Peter Van Buskirk from Kimley Horn, here to present this applicant to amend the DMP for Central Park, and I have been sworn. Okay, currently I'm civil engineer licensed in the state of Florida. I'm also a certified planner with the American Institute of Certified Planners. A request is to amend the DMP for Central Park. Basically, what we're asking for is to not have plantings on the backsides of lakes that are adjacent to our neighbors. And this is a request by our neighboring properties. We've been talking with our neighbors for a long time as we went through the whole process of concepts and developing things. So they've been very involved with us. We did have the neighborhood meeting at the Morgan Center on May 14th. It was well attended. No one there had any objection to this. There was a lot of questions about a lot of things. Mainly they want to know what was going to be in their backyard, and we explained what they would see. You will see in the request that we will continue to have a lot of open space and a lot of planted areas. Currently, with the zoning here, I know you're all familiar with the area, but we have the Colony, Linkside, and Sable Trace on our west side. We have Villas and Villas 2 on our north and northwest sides. We have Country Club Estates on our northeast side, Sumter Green on our west side, and Fairway Villas kind of nestled in the middle there. Again, I was talking about the planning that we've gone through and concepts we've developed with our neighbors. This is January 2018 concept. The one thing I want to point out here is that you'll see that the green strips along the outside are a little thinner than the next one you're going to see. We started out with about a 35-foot wide green space and some lakes adjacent to our neighbors. And then in discussions with Alliance members who are groups of the HOAs that surround this property, we then had a July concept, which now went to a 70-foot wide green strip around the majority of the property except where our lakes are. And basically, I was in response to a request to have bigger green space around the project, so we accommodated that. And this was early on. The other thing I'll point out too is you'll see our mixed-use tracks here in this purple and red color. There are now lakes down both sides of those on the outside. That was at the request of Lakeside and Fairway Villas. They said, hey, why can't we have some lake adjacent to us? And we accommodated that. As we went through the original process, looking at required buffers, you'll see that single family and two family against single family and two family, there's no buffer required. But we have that 70-foot buffer around the majority of the property. When you have single family, two family against multifamily, you're required a type B buffer, which is 10-foot wide, one tree every 50 feet with shrubs. Where you would have commercial, which we might see where we have our mixed use against multifamily, which would be Lakeside or Fairway Villas, that would be a type C, again, 10 feet wide, one tree every 40 foot with shrubs. I'll point out that we have a lake and 35 foot of open space already between Lakeside, Fairway Villas, and our mixed use. So the required landscape buffers per the ULDC at the time, and we're looking at that section 21, would be a buffer between the colony, you'll see that in the blue here on the left side or the west side, and Fairway Villas, which would be the majority of that because they're multifamily against our single family on this side. And then we've got our mixed use tracts where they would have to be buffered based on the use. We don't know what those uses are yet because there's a number of things that could be developed there. Now I want to show you, this is where we will have buffer per our amendment. So you've got all this green strip all the way around the property will all get buffered landscaped open spaces. But Fairway Villas, you can see, will still have a large amount of 70-foot wide, not 10 foot, but 70-foot wide landscape buffered open space along the cul-de-sac here. The only place they wouldn't have it is this 225 or so lineal foot along this lake. And then the colony would have a buffer where it's against our open space and here, but they wouldn't have it on the back side of the lake there. So really, we're eliminating this required buffer and that piece of required buffer there. It's about 450 and 225 feet of buffer. So in our current plan, basically we had a type B buffer on the back sides of the lake, which was 35 feet with some plantings. And this is the current buffer plan. And here we call them A, B, and C, not to be confused with city A, B, and C, and we have changed that now to 1, 2, and 3. So in the new amendment, there's no confusion of what buffer we're referring to. So the typical buffer along the lake would have been the type B, and it would have been, again, 30 feet wide, and it would have had trees, 3 canopy trees, 3 understory trees, and 30 shrubs, and a typical 100-foot. And of course, it would have been on the back side of the lake with a bunch of blocked view of the lake from our neighbors. So the proposed revisions to the plan are in the areas that I have highlighted here on this plan, and it shows you where these buffers would be affected by our amendment. And I will point out the areas next to Lakeside and Fairway Villas, what we're really doing is moving the required buffer to the edges of the lands of the mixed-use tracts, so they won't block the lakes from Fairway Villas or Lakeside. And again, the amended buffer plan now has pulling in those buffers from our mixed use into the mixed use properties, giving Lakeside and Fairway Villas open views of those lakes. We'll still have all our green buffers wherever we have our multifamily, or what I should say, two-family villa product, or single family up against adjacent single family or villas. They will still get that 70-foot wide landscape buffer. They will not have plantings along the back of the lakes. However, they'll still have the 30-foot green strip and the entire lake to buffer them from any of the activities of the villas or single-family homes in Central Park. And then the amended plan, where we now have 1, 2, and 3, our buffer 3 would be what they'd seal on the back of the lake, which essentially would be sod. Buffer 2 and buffer 1 would stay the same, where you have 30 feet, and there's a ditch, and I'll show you in a second, up along, I'll back up here. There's a ditch area here that protrudes into Country Club Estates. That still gets a 30-foot wide buffer with plantings. We're not treating that as part of a lake. So that was what the amended buffer plan will look like now. Again, still have the 70-foot with all the trees, the 30-foot with all the trees. And I might point out, even with this amended buffer plan, at build-out, there'll be over 2,450 trees planted in this project. Between what gets planted in the lots, there's street trees, some of which have already been planted where there's open space. The developer plants those. Street trees will be planted with all the home construction. And there'll be trees in addition in the mixed use that aren't even in that 2,450 feet because we don't know what's going there, so we don't know how to count those trees yet. And then now here's our amended buffer plan where I'm pointing out where we've requested waivers. So you'll see there's a waiver requested along Colony here, and there's a waiver requested along Fairway Villas. And that's because that's where we have villas or single family abutting a multifamily, which would have a required buffer. And we're asking not to have that buffer. I'm also going to point out this area along Lake 13, because in the staff report, they suggested that that should be buffered and should not be approved as proposed. Here's the Lake 13 location, and you can see there's a few of the villas. This is Villas at Sable Trace. I'll call it Villas 1 to separate it from Villas 2. And this is a Lake 13. This lake is here only because the gentleman who lived in one of these villa units and I met on his lanai one day, and it was going to just be some green open space with a mound. And he said, why can't I just have a lake? And I said, okay, we'll put a lake there, and that's what we ended up doing with the plan. This is an area of that area, and you can see our Lake 13. And you can see this is a 6-foot high wall that extends the length of the entryway. So it basically blocks the activities, you see the gates and so forth here, from these adjacent villas. And that purposely was extended that far for that reason. Here's a couple pictures. This is standing at that intersection looking over Lake 13. You can see the couple units in the back behind the wall there. And then this is one that you'd see past the lake. And you can see the street trees have already been planted in that area. And here you can see some of the low shrubbery in front of the gate. Just another picture looking more directly across the lake. And again, you can see our street trees planted, our shrubbery. And there already are trees in the backyards of these villas that have grown fairly mature. This is waiver 1. This is along the Colony. This is Lake 5. The waiver 1 is where we are against multifamily, and then we have our villa units here. And again, this is requesting just to not have to put in a 10-foot buffer. The folks in the Colony have told us again and again, this lake it's been here. We like the way it looks. We don't want to see trees. We don't want to see shrubs. So that's what our proposal is requesting. And again, it's approximately 450 feet of perimeter buffer between the Colony and Central Park. I have letters from the Colony, and I have a copy of the Colony letter because this is a recent one. It's not in your packet because we didn't have it at the time we submitted our application. I'll provide hard copies to the clerk so you can have those for the record. But basically, this letter from the Colony, their association is asking to please approve waiver number 1 as part of this request. We also had a letter from Linkside Condominiums, Sable Trace, asking to approve the request, and from the Single Family Homeowners Association in Sable Trace as well. So here we have an area of the Colony, and the one thing I wanted to point out here is, so this is our Lake 5. This is where we're asking for waiver 1, where we wouldn't plant between the lake and these Colony units here. But I wanted to point out the colony on the northwest side, it abuts a lake, and on the other side of that is single-family homes. There's no buffer there. They look across the lake and they see single-family homes. This is the other section of the colony, which also is on a lake, overlooking a lake with single-family homes on the other side, no buffer between them and the single-family homes. It's, you know, it's all part of the neighborhood, and we really want Central Park and these adjacent communities to be part of an overall neighborhood. Here's a picture of what the colony looks like today. This is Lake 5. It was reshaped a bit. It's a little larger than it was. And you can see nicely maintained lawn down to the lake. They do have some palm trees in the backyard that would remain there. They would not be disturbed as part of this plan. And they wouldn't be disturbed regardless, but just wanted to point that out. And again, here's what the colony sees on the other side when they look across the lake into the lots within the Sable Trace single-family units. So here's our waiver 2 location. This is against Fairway Villas. Again, we've got multifamily here, but you have single family on the other side. And this is where we require to put the city's type B buffer. And we're requesting a waiver from that, approximately 275 feet, so we wouldn't have to plant there and allow the view from the villas over to the lake. Now, we'll point out there's a group of large oak trees right there that we were asked to keep, which we did, and I'll show you a picture of that. So they actually have a pretty good buffer, but they don't have the ground shrubbery that would stop them from seeing the lake while they're sitting in their lanai. We have a letter from their administration, their association, from the president, supporting that, the alliance and the development of the latest buffer plan for the landscaping, which is what we're hearing today. So this is a picture across what is Lake 8. So I'm standing on the other bank of Lake 8, looking at Fairway Villas, and you can see that section of Fairway Villas along the lake is already pretty well buffered with oak trees. And then if you continue to look down, this is where now we're picking up near the end of the cul-de-sac, and we've already planted some of our buffer landscaping there. So that area gets buffered because there'd be the cul-de-sac backing up to those units. We find that we meet the comprehensive plans and we're consistent with it. From Goal 1, the development framework, the residential infill projects are what we like to see. They have distinctive and attractive communities, strong sense of place, which we have here. And again, we want to be part of this overall neighborhood. Now it's combined neighborhoods of the villas, Sumter Green, and Sable Trace units with the condominiums. It's revitalization of redevelopment of a closed golf course. So it's planning for existing development. So we had a golf course that wasn't open. It was a brownfield. Now it's been taken care of. Remediation is complete now. We've got letters from DEP accepting the remediation. So we're in pretty good shape there. Complies with the findings and the available review criteria. I'm not going to read all these to you because I probably don't have enough time and I don't want to bore you anyway. But we are in compliance with the review criteria that you need to look at when you're approving this type of amendment. Again, more of the criteria. So in closing, we respectfully request that the commission approve this request as it has been presented to you, including waivers 1 and 2. I think there's been very strong sentiment from what I'm hearing from our neighbors stating that they want this approved the way it was presented. They want a clear view of these lakes. I've been out there on site a number of times. People have just walked out to me and said, hey, am I going to be able to see this lake? What are we doing on the back sides of this lake? And I explained we're in this amendment process, which took us over a year. And the only complaint they had is like, well, when's my lake going to fill up? Because it's kind of dry, which it was, during the winter at that point. And so they weren't seeing a lot of water in it. But since we've had rains in the summer, the lakes have come up, and you saw the one behind the colony. I think they look great. But anyway, I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
Can the clerk do the overhead screen, please? It's not showing up on the screen. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Sherry Willette Grandin, Planning and Zoning Division. I have been sworn. I am a Planner 3, a senior planner within the Planning and Zoning Division. In 2 days, I will reach starting my 20th year in the Planning and Zoning Division. So I have 20 years in the Planning and Zoning Division. I've also lived in the city of Northport for over 30 years, and I am a resident of the city of Northport. So the petition that we have before you today is the amendment to the Central Park Pattern Plan. I'm going to touch on, the applicant has touched on some items, so in order not to duplicate all the information, I know my staff report was very lengthy at 35 pages, and I just wanted to make sure it was thorough for the commission and as well as the public. So as we had said, it is amending the Central Park at Northport Pattern Plan to revise the buffer plantings along the backs of lakes adjacent to neighboring properties. In addition, there are 2 waivers requested from the 2010 ULDC Chapter 21. So a little bit of a history of this project. This is an ongoing project with the city of Northport. It's the former Sable Trace Golf Course, which well, it stopped their operations back at that time. Is also located in Activity Center 9, which promotes infill development with a mix of low to medium density housing, senior living, retail storage, medical offices, and neighborhood commercial spaces. Central Park is an active site. Since its inception, it's gone through several approval processes. This project has had numerous planners. I was not the planner at the time of the inception of the project for the rezone or the comprehensive plan amendment. I took over this project in 22 to complete the master infrastructure plan, subdivision plan, and the 3 plats phases that came before this commission. In addition, since there is no formal procedure for modifying a pattern plan other than if it's located in the villages, we're treating this as an amendment to the development master plan via ordinance. Because the original pattern plan was adopted in 2019-2020 through ordinance number 2019-09. Also, with the Unified Land Development Code, it does reference the pattern plan, so we also need to amend those sections of the Unified Land Development Code. The current land use is Activity Center 9, and the adopted zoning is Activity Center 9. The uses have not changed with the recently adopted Unified Land Development Code amendment. So the existing land uses within the site currently are single-family homes and are presently in the development stage. The mixed-use development has not undergone any review, or there's no development or construction at this time. So as the applicant has stated, they want to remove the plantings along the back edges of lakes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 17. These changes would affect the adjacent existing developments, including the single-family homes, the 2-family homes, and the multifamily residents. The applicant also is requesting 2 waivers from Section 21.9, Table 1 of the Unified Land Development Code, and the perimeter buffer abutting the mixed-use area 1 and 2. The applicant has requested that it follows the 2010 Unified Land Development Code regulations. So this, again, the applicant had touched upon. So Lake 5 and Lake 9 are going to be a lot of the topic of discussion for staff, because the proposal is to eliminate the buffer there with planting that's called sod, to put sod there to so that the view is not obstructed. So Lake 5 here, you can see on your screen, and also the applicant had showed the current plat plan that shows to the eastern side where I have the star. These are all proposed single-family residents here, very close to the edge of this lake. In addition, down below where the colony is, that is the multifamily adjacent to where Riviera Court, single family. The waiver 2 for Lake 9 is where the Fairway Villas is located. So the applicant is requesting to eliminate any required plantings within the buffer area, proposing that existing mature oaks in the buffer area provide needed buffering between the uses. So it's important to note, what is purpose of buffers? Why do we have buffers between unlike uses? It's to create a transitional zone between different land uses to reduce negative impacts. They're used for visual screening, to provide privacy, block noise, and hide nuisances. They also serve an ecological function for the wildlife, to support wildlife, birds roosting in trees, etc. Approving aesthetics, also for erosion control. That is a big important note for that. Now, the waiver request that they're having, currently, if you have two different uses, then there are specific buffering requirements in the old ULDC and the new ULDC. So if it's like to like, there is no buffer required. So I want to keep that in mind with the uses. You're looking at multifamily compared, with single family, what is the required buffer? In addition to where Lake 9 is, it's multifamily compared to where the single family is. You could see the close proximity. If you look at on the right-hand side where Lake 9 is, where the proposed single family development for Central Park is, it's very close to that. So removing those buffers, I understand that those that are living on the other side, they want to have the aesthetic, the tree, no trees, they want to be able to enjoy the lake. However, we need to keep it in perspective as well, because those single-family homeowners without that buffering are going to be looking in their backyards, especially with the colony. It is a condo. I know that there are some oak trees that do provide some filtering between the view with the Fairway Villas. But those are two important points that I want to understand, to bring up. So the pattern plan that was adopted for the Central Park, it regulates the framework for the site's development, including lot size, aesthetics for building requirement, setbacks, open spaces, buffers, and landscaping in accordance with their master plan. The Central Park pattern plan, as the applicant stated, the original included buffer categories A, B, and C, which is very confusing because our Unified Land Development Code labels our specific buffer plans in the same manner. Now, the buffer plan that was originally approved by Commission, City Commission special meeting, May 2nd, 2019, had undergone a lot of public community outreach. A lot of public input was brought forth at the time because the site is a brownfield. And the residents at that time wanted the assurances. I know that that was a big topic of conversation. Could the applicant at the time of development build or supply the buffers in accordance with the 2010 Unified Land Development Code? Yes. They could have, but they chose the enhanced buffers to help with some of the mitigation, some of the uneasiness because it is a brownfield site, etc. The Central Park buffers, they serve a vital function by separating the different land uses. And I'm talking about the different land uses. I'm not talking about like for like. And as the applicant has provided to you, these are the Central Park approved buffers, the A, B, and C. You can see where they have and they do have open space. Staff is not disputing that at all. And you can see how the B and C, where they have the buffers and the shrubs. And I like pictures too. A lot of times when we look at words, they don't mean anything. But if you could see at the pictures of what the proposed buffer types are. So here we have a map, and it correlates with the A, B, and C buffers based on what was approved back in 2019. In addition, I know the applicant has provided this overview, but the proposed buffer type 3, it is a 30-foot open space, and it's featuring sod and a berm. So sod is grass, basically, and that buffer type has been eliminated with those plantings. Here is the legend of the proposed changes. And you can see where it's outlined in yellow, that's where the 2 waivers are being requested by the applicant. And then, of course, you see the bubbled area with the no planting area, that's red. Okay, so the analysis of the buffer changes, it's nice. The original A to the new type 1. There's no changes proposed with the buffer design with plantings, the fence and the wall or the berm. No change proposed to former type A buffer locations. Type B, or the new 2, is there's no change proposed with the buffer width and plantings. However, the berm is optional, but the design detail is provided. But type B buffer along multiple lakes have been modified to that type D, the type 3 buffer, which is the sod. The type C3, the buffer design is modified to remove all plantings and substitute it with sod. There is an optional wall and substituted with a berm. So the type B buffer along multiple lakes are modified to a type 3. There's no change to the former other type C buffer locations. So there are 4 locations where plantings are required per the 2010 Unified Land Development Code. As I stated previously, adjacent to Lake 5, we're the Colony, which is a multifamily. Also adjacent to Lake 9, which is multifamily and is known as the Fairway Villas. Adjacent to Lake 7 and Lake 8, which are the proposed mixed use areas. So if we look here at Lake 5, as I stated, staff is not supporting that. The approved pattern plan includes an enhanced buffer for added protection between the different densities and heights. Retaining the enhanced buffer is essential. Regardless of the type, how commission approves, they do need that for the compatibility between the current and then future uses because they're 2 separate and distinct districts. The same would apply to where Lake 9 is located. And the request to change the buffer type B to sod. This is the area Appomattox, and it was proposed, this is the original buffer type, it was the type B buffer. And as the applicant has stated, there is a wall. However, we're requesting that removing those screening commitments would create noise nuisance for the adjacent residents. Staff is recommending retaining the enhanced buffer in this location. And not only that, Appomattox, living here for a long time, I see there's a lot of traffic, especially at lunchtime. A lot of people use Appomattox to get down to Northport Boulevard and also to Pan American because they want to avoid US 41. I use it all the time. I use it as the back way to Lowe's. So with that, and of course with the development of the cars going in and out, keeping that buffer would help potentially, reduce that noise. Also, just as an observation, I live in the Lamarck Elementary School area. With all the building and construction, when I first moved there 10 years ago, I did not hear the highway. So without that buffering type and all that building, I can have my house enclosed, and of course I can hear the highway. I'm just using that as a personal example, not that it would be to the extent that Appomattox is I-75, but it's still the premise is the same. So the review process, went through the proper review process. There was a pre-application meeting for the project. Oh, I have 5 minutes. And Natural Resources has expressed the following concerns, which are detailed in the staff report. But by balancing regulatory requirements and the visual interests of residents, it's possible to create a functional and appealing landscape while adhering to the ULDC and the pattern plan. And that is from our Natural Resources Division. So the ULDC does require you have the option for the modification of regulations, which is what the applicant has requested. The notice requirements have been met and are detailed in Section 10 of the staff report. The petition for Central Park Northport Pattern Plan Amendment is with the requirements of Florida Statute 166. And I want to hurry up. So in the staff report, staff has reviewed at length the goals and the consistency with the City of Northport Comprehensive Plan. And if the screening is provided between all incompatible land uses, the petition will be consistent with Goal 1 of the comprehensive plan. In addition, that is the same within the other policies that are noted. Let's see the page up. Also to policy 2.17, the city shall maintain or enhance the quietness of neighborhoods, etc. here. And then overall, if the landscape screening planning is retained between all incompatible land uses adjacent to lakes 5, 9, 13, the petition will be consistent with this policy. It's consistent with Chapter 53 of the Unified Land Development Code as discussed in Section 5 of the staff report. So I want to make a couple of notes. So why the applicant notes that the request is made at the behest of surrounding property owners who would like to enjoy the unobstructed view of the lakes. It's not consistently supported based on the public comment received, which can be found in Exhibit F to the staff report. So there's both sides. So there's more, it's not all, 100% are in support and 100% are not. So everyone has their input, so it's not unanimous. Staff also believes that the intent to provide reviews of the lake can be met by simply updating the Type 3 buffers to exclude the required berms and shrubs, 3 canopy trees and 3 understory trees. Every 100 linear feet will not create visual barriers and may in fact create more scenic views of the lake, provided that the planting style is staggered and randomized to provide a less curated appearance. The applicant did comply with the neighborhood meeting. Public notice has been met. Legal review, the city attorney's office has reviewed and approved the proposed ordinance as to form and correctness. A no business impact statement is required. And the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board held September 18, 2025, voted unanimously 7-0 to recommend approval of the petition as presented by the applicant without the grant of waivers 1 and 2 and the change proposed to buffers adjacent to Lake 13 and buffers adjacent to Lakes 5, 9, and 13 shall meet the planting screening specifications of a Type 2 buffer. Staff is, 3 options have been provided to the commission with pros and cons for each. Option 1 is to approve the amended buffer plan as presented by the applicant without grants of waivers 1 and 2. The proposed changes to the buffer adjacent to Lake 13, buffers adjacent to Lakes 5, 9, and 13 shall meet the planting screening specifications of a Type 2 buffer. The second option that was presented to commission, I just want to refer to my notes, is to approve no further changes to the buffer plan as it was approved via ordinance 2019-09. Or option 3, approve the buffer plan along with waivers as presented by the applicant. This is staff. That is staff's recommendation is option 1 with all of the analysis that is stated in the staff report and also on the record. And that concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Guess we're looking for rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. Peter Van Buskirk again. Just a couple things. On the brownfield, the plantings on the buffers really would have nothing to do with that. We've capped all that, and actually the sod on top of the buffers, on top of those berms and in those areas that we're talking about here, actually add a little extra protection, and that's all been planted and is growing very well. Landscape buffers don't really reduce noise. I know that's said a lot. Walls reduce noise. That's why we have a large noise wall along Sumter Green on Sumter Boulevard. I believe that's a 12-foot high wall. That will help reduce sound. The Sherry talked about support, and there obviously is a lot of support for this request. And there are some people that don't support it. I mean, as commissioners, you deal with that daily. You have a lot of people that support things you do and some that don't like it, and you have to make a decision as to, what's the best thing to do. So these HOAs in this alliance group, they've provided letters of approval from their groups because the majority of the people approve it, and they want to see this approved as requested. One thing I did want to point out, Sherry mentioned single-family homes against the colony. That's actually the villa homes in there. We treat villas and single family the same in the buffering in the city, but I wanted to point that out because an important thing is, at least something you might want to know, that the state is currently looking at how multifamily and single family villas are actually compatible, and there may be state rules coming out that will state that when you have multifamily versus adjacent to single family and villas, that would be a compatible use, and you wouldn't need a buffer to separate them. They wouldn't be considered incompatible. So I just wanted to bring that up to you. Thank you.
You, staff.
Thank you. Just to address Mr. Van Buskirk, there is no legislation that has been adopted to look at the multifamily and the single uses. That's in the future. It could happen. It can't happen. We have to look at the regulations as they are today, not something that's in the future down the road that might not come to pass. In addition, yes, where the area where he's talking about where the villas are at Lake 5, that is true. That would be considered single family to single family if they're 2 dwelling units. However, where the area is, where the condominium association is clearly multifamily in that area. So staff wanted to address that. When staff evaluates all of this, we base it on facts. What are the facts? What does the Unified Land Development Code say? What does the comprehensive plan say? If it's in compliance or not in compliance. And the 35-page staff report is very thorough in each of these items with the supporting documentation and also whether it complies with the Unified Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. And just to put it down, for unlike uses, a specific buffer is required. If it was like to like, there's no buffer. There are different uses and a buffer is required. And that's all that staff has. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, we have no aggrieved parties, so I'm looking for any public comment.
I have James Murphy, followed by Stephen Skoda, and then James Blucher.
My name's James Murphy, and I have been sworn. I'd just like to say that we've been looking at this piece of property, the original Sable Trace Golf Course that was closed about 11 and a half years ago. We've been looking at what's been going on since at least 2018 with what was proposed. We've heard many different presentations over all this whole period of time. It just seems to be an ongoing issue. I don't really know whether or not these waivers that they're looking for really have that much to do with what's going on. I understand that they're talking about the buffers all the way around the whole property. I really believe that it's leading to something else. They're looking, I believe, as setting this as like a test case so that they can come forward with some more waivers and everything else down the line. I believe that the developer is floundering there. They're not able to sell too many of these homes. Everything seems to be going very, very, very slow over there. There's not too much progress being made. It just looks like it's going to be a never-ending thing. I think that they're setting a precedent here with looking for these waivers, and I believe that we know where this is headed because in, I believe, March and May of 2027, there's going to be something else that they're going to be pressing for not to do. And that was the real linchpin of the agreement for the building of that development. And I think that this is just something that they're just throwing out there, seeing how this is going to go, and then they're looking to put the kibosh to what was eventually in their minds down the road. And I just feel that they just are not doing too much here. That's all I have to say. And I hope that you take a good look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Skoda. I'm also known in the community as Skip for a lot of you that I've addressed in the past. I have been duly sworn. I am a member of the Lakeside Condominium Group at Sable Trace. I've been there for 14 years. I've been the president of the association there. I'm also actively participating now with the Sable Trace Alliance. We have 76 units at Lakeside. We are condominiums. Of those 76 units, 6 of those buildings actually run the course of Lake Number 7. We have 48 lanais facing the lake. And we have polled the people in our organization, and they are definitely opposed to having the trees block our view of that lake. Right now, that is a very pleasant view. There's a lot of waterfowl, there's a lot of nature that we see there, and trees are just going to obscure that view. I'd like to also mention that of those 48 lanais that are facing out into that lake, I've polled those people recently again, and the majority of those people are with me and want to see the lake as it is now. We respectfully ask the commissioners to approve this amendment as it was originally presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, City Manager, Commissioners, City Clerk. First of all, let me make something very, very clear, and I think Peter did that, but I just want to make sure the Commissioners understand. This has not come from the developer. This came from your citizens. We're the ones that were asking for this. And let me tell you how that came about. As Vice President of the Alliance, I was getting a lot of feedback from the neighborhood, from different individuals, and all of our members were. So at one of our meetings, we brought it up and we said, you know what, guys, to do this, we understood enough that we knew it would have to come to commission sooner or later because of the changes. So I said, you know what, we need to make sure that the homeowners associations that we work so closely with are involved. So we sent our members back to each homeowners association, and we asked them to hold a meeting, put it on their agenda, and vote on it, which every one of them did. And I believe you have letters from each one of the homeowners associations stating that. Then our members came back to us. We had our meeting at the Alliance, and we voted. and each homeowners association has one vote. So they came back, and again, it was unanimous. Since then, there's been a lot of talk, and I know you guys hear it. You're going to hear the pros and the cons and the and some that you don't want to hear, but you have to listen to it all. I can tell you very honestly, and I've been around here 25 years and living in that community for 25 years. I was trying to listen to those people and talk to those people, as Skip has, and as some of our other members have, to those people living on the water. And I can honestly tell you that I've had two that live on the water that said, yeah, we'd probably like to see it landscaped. All the other ones do not want it. So I really thought, being in your seats at one time, we didn't really push this too hard at the beginning because we thought this was almost like a no-brainer, that it was coming from the citizens, it wasn't costing the city anything, and that we knew that there had to be some changes made, that you would approve those because it was coming from your citizens with very little pushback on the other side. So with that, I would just hope that I think you have a golden opportunity. You know, so many times that commissioners get beat up for some of the things that they have to do as commissioners. Here's one of those cases that I think is a win-win for you, that you can make a lot of people happy by doing this. That's it, but thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Baer?
Morning. Ron Barrier. I have been sworn. I'm the president of Villas. And I have to agree with Jim. There are two gentlemen or families that live on Appomattox that do want trees between them and the pond. And that's on Lake 13. So we've polled our people several times, many meetings for I don't know how many years, but it's come down to that they want no trees or bushes between them and the pond because we're all villas and we're on one story. And these two that live on Appomattox would like to see it. They also requested a pond, which they got. And if they get their trees, now they'll get everything they want. And that's all I have to say. We agree with the planning board as to what we would like done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff, may even be our natural resources people. If in those areas that are proposed for buffering and landscaping, we simply do sod, what are the environmental impacts of that?
Good morning, Commissioners. Stefan Califf, Natural Resources Manager, and for the record, I've been sworn. So from an ecological perspective, sod in the environmental field is known as an ecological desert because there's minimal wildlife support due to the lack of habitat of that specific environment. So from our perspective, any vegetation, such as shrubs or trees, is better than sod from the perspective of providing ecological value to the site and to, in part, addressing the heat island effect as well.
I'm all set, thank you.
Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure how to start this, but I know the trees are near water help filtering pollutants, sediments, stabilizing banks, specifically stabilizing the bodies of water, banks, and provide shade to keep water cool. I know that the roots are anchored soil, which prevents erosion, and that's my biggest concern, is because it does reduces flooding by slowing runoff and allocating water to absorb into the ground. So the roots are the major component that prevents flooding, and it might look very nice and fashionable to have a lake view. When the storm comes, the trees provide a buffer for the natural disaster or natural phenomenon that might occur. And then great damage would be done if there are no trees. I can see two different sides. I understand two different presentations, but it also comes down to the money. Money is the bottom line. I know, and maybe if I can or cannot ask this question, how much money will the developer will be saving by opting or getting those waivers? That I don't know, but I'm in favor of having some type of vegetation, as our natural resources team said, that, you know, it not only strengthens the banks, but it gives the cool and shade for minimal habitat. And we're not proposing a big, lavish buffer zone, but at the minimum, what is required. I just have to say this because from my experience, if there are no roots by the bodies of lake or bodies of water, sooner or later the banks will be eroding and the stormwater management is diminished. Flooding will occur. And all of these, there's a purpose of that, for that, all of those vegetation that would be required if we vote on it, will prevent from deteriorating the natural landscape, because putting so much lakes around those properties, I just feel uneasy. But I understand both sides, so I just wanted to throw this out because I know that the roots are the main reason that holds the banks. And if our natural resource team can add to that or attest to that, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm not an expert on natural ecology or if you can affirm or discreet.
Stefan Kalev, Natural Resources Manager, and I've been sworn. Generally, myself and my team agrees with this. Although salt does provide soil stabilization and can establish extensive root structure, in my opinion, the benefit of trees and shrub in attenuating the effects of these rainstorm events is better, as leaves, they capture the energy of the raindrops, for example, before they hit the ground, so they slow down that impact. And generally, the root structure of a tree or shrub can be extensive and stabilize the soil better, in addition to the salt that's also present usually. Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question for staff. Ms. Sherry, I think it would be for you. It seems to me that the staff recommendation is sort of a meeting folks halfway kind of position. Has staff had an opportunity to have a conversation with the various resident groups in Sable Trace about the staff recommendation?
No, staff has not had any one-on-one. However, throughout the course of me managing the project. There have been a lot of emails that come forth with communication. Some of the public members that are purchasing property wanted to know what was approved for the buffer, but as individual one-on-one with the HOAs, no, staff has not had that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I've heard both sides, and I appreciate Commissioner Blucher, or former Commissioner Blucher, coming up and stating how we get beat up all the time. I mean, seriously, we do get beat up, and one of the main reasons we get beat up is because we do not listen to the citizens according to their terminology. We always take staff's side, we do this, and we never listen to the citizens. Right now, I think we have a prime opportunity to listen to the citizens, to listen to the homeowners of that area. I can understand all the other stuff that's going on with ecological stuff and everything, but I mean, I don't see a huge difference of not having trees and having sod and having the green space. I think it is warranted for this project. I'm not hoping that in the future that they're trying to use this as a leveling field to do something else. I don't foresee that. We've already stood pretty strong on those repercussions that they've tried to bring to us before, so this is a different subject. So I just wanted to put that out there to say that we can listen to the citizens, we can listen to the homeowners over there on what they're looking at getting. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the staff. There are 3 options, but on the presentation it's only listed option 1. Which options are you meeting in between? I don't remember the other 2 options as you read it from your paper.
Yes, sir. In the staff report, on the staff summary sheet, staff provided those 3 options as well as the staff report. On staff's presentation, staff is recommending option 1. As we stated, that it would be approved as presented by the applicant, but not approving the grant of waivers 1 and 2, and not approving the change proposed to the buffer adjacent to Lake 13. In addition, option 2 was to approve no changes to the buffer plan, but keep the adopted 2019-09 ordinance with the existing buffer plan. Or option 3 is to approve the buffer plan along with all the waivers as presented by the applicant.
Thank you.
Anything else, commissioners? Okay. Looking for closing arguments then. Aggrieved parties don't exist. Staff?
Yes, commissioners. So after evaluating and staff's recommendation of option 1 is simply that like uses to like uses do not require buffer. That's why staff was supporting the elimination of the buffers in those areas. However, the Unified Land Development Code, so it's the development of Central Park, they have to abide by the code regulations when uses are abutting other uses that are unlike. So it's not with the other, on the other side. This is to the Central Park development. And staff is standing by their recommendation for option 1. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Applicant.
Peter Van Luster again. So I just wanted to say that staff did a great job in preparing the report. Sherry did a lot of research. She talked about the code and facts, and she, I think gave you a spectacular report to read there. So thank you very much for her and staff's help with that. I would like to point out in the code, it does allow for you to review requests for waivers. And these landscape buffers are one of the things that can be waived from the code. So you just have to evaluate them based on what's been presented. And you've got, input from the residents, our neighbors, who we've been listening to for a long time, and try to accommodate them every time we could. Matter of fact, there's one area where there's the 70-foot buffer where they actually went and planted some additional trees because the neighbors were requesting a little bit more buffering there. As for the one person that talked about the probing and floundering and so forth, I think if you've been out there, you'll see this is a beautiful neighborhood now. It's pretty much 100% complete with construction. Construction did not stop partway through because housing slowed down a bit. Completed, the roads are all done, the stormwater is complete. We've got the utilities in place. We're in the process of turning those over to the city at this point. So you'll have 500 new homeowner customers and mixed use customers for it. We've done the majority of the plannings, lighting is in. If you haven't gone there and you see it, the amenity center's been built already, which usually you wouldn't do that right up front. You want more people there to support it, but they've got that completed. Tennis courts, pickleball courts. So just want to point out, there's nothing floundering going on there. This home sales pickup, they'll be selling lots and they'll be building homes. As far as erosion and flooding goes, sod is the standard practice of stabilizing lake banks. That's what the Water Management District looks for. That's what the city looks for. That's how we stabilize. The trees are actually on the outside of the banks anyway, so whether they're planted or not, the sod is what's providing the stabilization and preventing erosion into the lake. So again, I respectfully request that you approve this as proposed. And again, if you have any further questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'll close the public hearing and I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make it. I move to continue ordinance number 2025-28 to second reading on October 28th, 2025.
I have a second.
I'll second for discussion. Which option?
As presented. Including all the waivers as presented.
Okay, so option 1 as presented.
No, they're asking for waivers.
Mm-hmm.
This is to approve those waivers.
Not option 1.
Not option 1. Okay, thank you.
Option 3, actually.
Correct.
We've got a motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon, to continue ordinance 2025-28 to second reading on October 28th, 2025. There's nothing more to it. Commissioners, you ready to vote?
Yep.
And the vote is 2-2, so this motion fails. Commissioner Petra, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
The city attorney, what happens with a 2-2 vote?
Motion fails, and you'll have to have a vote, move either approve or deny, one way or the other. You'll have to keep going until you can get an agreement.
Okay. So Commissioner Petro, you and I dissented. Do you want to weigh in?
Partially, I stated my reasons. That I respect the citizens' approach and their opinions, but I'm more concerned about the actual overall picture of the design and the ecology and the trees that will provide much better shade and benefit for the overall ecology of this development. But I respect both sides, and thank you for both presentations.
Thank you, Commissioner. As for me, I mean, I do tend to agree. I think it's a good thing when we listen to our citizens, and in this particular case, one might not see the downside, but sometimes there are unintended consequences. I don't think option one is an unreasonable option that staff has put forth. It still provides for plenty of view of the lake. State law, if I recollect, doesn't provide a guarantee for any citizen, any property owner to have a view of anything. So, but I do appreciate that in this particular case, it doesn't appear that there really is anybody that's that terribly opposed to this, and it seems to me there ought to be some option in the middle. I think there is the need for some landscaping. Plus, I'll bring the elephant up in the room. Quite frankly, I have a problem making a decision on this regarding a project, regarding an amendment to a development plan with an applicant who, as far as this commissioner is concerned, is in default. And as a result, I got a problem supporting any request they make. I hate to say it, but I do. I am uncomfortable with this situation, and 50, if I believe the last conversation regarding this client came up, or this applicant, there were 50 certificates of occupancy. I believe there were 500 homes that are going to be built here. So, there's quite a distance to go, and I have grave concerns over the future of this project, especially in light of the fact that this applicant seems reluctant to meet its commitments per its master development plan, and that is my opinion, and I'm sticking with it. So, I feel for the people who live in and around the area, but, I would love to hear more what those people really have to say about the overall big picture, because there's a lot of issues here with regard to this project, and I have some grave concerns. So at this point, that's all I'm going to say on this matter, but, I'm not supportive.
Mayor, if I may, the board does not have to decide today whether to move forward with the waivers or no waivers. It's just we can continue to second reading, and then you'll have a full board to cut that tie, should you have one. That's when you adopt it, so that's when you have to approve or disapprove the.
So it'll just stay at a 2-2 vote until then? Or we have to
No, we
move
have to
it?
get a motion to continue to second reading, but it does not have to include the waivers at this time, if the board should so choose to do it that way.
I have a quick question, real quick, for,
I'm on the board.
let me get on the board.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Langdon.
I'll
go
be
ahead.
polite though, sir. If you have a question, please go ahead.
And this could go to either staff or the developer, I'm not sure. But let's say we re-looked at what is planted in the buffer out there. What if they're just low-lying shrubs and no trees? Would that be a possible solution for people to see the lakes, or, whatever they were trying to get their goal out of it? Can it,
Mayor,
is there a common ground?
if you're gonna continue discussion, you might wanna reopen the public hearing as well, since it's already closed.
No, I'm sorry. I had a question, but that's fine. We can save that for second reading. I withdraw. So figure out what you want to do, Mayor.
I'm entertaining motions. We have a 2-2 tie that failed, and so I'm looking for any motion anybody might make. If we're going to continue this to second reading, we need a motion.
I'll make the same motion. I mean, with the waivers or without the waivers, we still got to go to second reading. I move to continue ordinance number 2025-28 to second reading on October 28, 2025.
Do I have a second?
A second for discussion.
Mr. Langdon.
After reviewing the materials, I came here fully in support of option one, which was staff's recommendation for the waivers and the buffer situation. Because I agree. I think potentially there are significant environmental impacts to a lack of some shrubbery or plantings of some type. I am not an arborist, so, or an environmentalist. So I'm concerned about that. My friends are amazed that my electricity bill is as low as it is. I have a good-sized house, and I credit it all to the 3 oak trees in my backyard. So, again, personal experience. I really believe in trees. I totally get wanting views. I'd love to live on the Gulf, but I don't want to be evacuating every summer. And I really believe in my heart of hearts, if we ultimately approve this ordinance with no modification, at some point in the future, the residents of these communities are gonna have to landscape along those lakes, and they'll do it on their own dimes. So in my heart of hearts, that's what I believe. I also accept the fact that I have a reputation with a number of people in the community to believe that I know better and staff knows better. But it seems to me that the people living in this community today want the view and aren't demanding some of those modifications. So I'm still leaning toward that, but I would also, I would support the ordinance moving forward, but if I make the motion, I will instruct city manager to work with staff to engage with the communities there and with the developer to see if there might be some give and take to perhaps, identify some of those areas where we think the environmental impacts might be the worst. And if there are areas that the view would really be blocked by any supplemental landscaping, that maybe we identify those and back off it a little bit. So I guess what I'm saying, there are people in this room a lot brighter than me who could perhaps figure out something that would be acceptable to the communities, maybe minimize view blockage. But in my heart of hearts, the view is not the only thing happening here. So there are other considerations, some serious ones, environmental impacts, erosion, runoff. I mean, what do we require in the ULDC around a lot of our retention ponds? We do want to see growth all around those retention ponds. Why? Because it helps filter runoffs before it goes into our retention ponds, which ultimately wind up in our canals and our wastewater, in our water treatment plants. So that's sort of how I'm leaving it. I'd love to make a motion and require a little bit of additional work among the parties involved before second reading. But I see Vice Mayor is on the board.
Yeah, we already have a motion on the floor right now. But, I mean, we could vote that and then do another one. But the one thing that I want to remind everybody about this development here is I used to golf the golf course many years ago. Loved it. And then it became defunct. And the residents there had to live in a jungle. It was horrendous. I mean, the overgrowth, everything was just, I didn't really appreciate it either. But when this developer came on board, they have done nothing but break their backs to appease all of the residents in that surrounding areas. They have worked due diligently to meet with the community, to ask them what their wants and needs are. And here they are coming back to this commission explaining exactly what their wants and needs are for the community. So if we're working on bending a few rules or approving a waiver, it's for the community's benefit. It is not necessarily for the developer's benefit. You can look at nickels and dimes on what they're gonna save by trees and this. They've widened the path, they've made it bigger, they've gone to extra lengths to get this accomplished for the residents. And that's why I would like to keep this on the motion going forward. If we, on the second reading, if there's such a big outcry from the public saying, we need these trees, we need this, that, and the other, let them show up at second reading and give us their opinion. We've got the community's opinion with letters, with backup, with everything saying, this is exactly what we want. And for us to say no, then we're not listening to our citizens again. That's all I got. Thank you.
I'm not withdrawing my second.
I ain't withdrawing the motion either.
Could we have that motion read back, please?
To continue ordinance number 2025-28 to second reading on October 28, 2025.
Same motion.
We just gotta move it on to the second reading.
Is there anything else to this? Anybody? Then we vote. And the vote is 2-2, motion fails. I assume Commissioner Petra, reason stated?
Stated as before. I don't know if you want me to repeat those, but I do believe, truly believe that trees and shrubs, we can meet in between. They will provide a shield from wind, from, not to mention, I know they're not going to be right on the water bank, but they will provide a lot of benefits for the community, which they're not aware of this right now. The roots anchor the soil, which prevents erosion, reduces flooding by slowing runoffs. Stormwater, the canopies provide management for the stormwater, as we just were confirmed by the resource center, the staff presentation or testimony. So again, I respect both sides, but I think we can probably meet in between somewhere. At this point, I'm not ready to have those trees to be removed, so to speak, from the plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. I echo his sentiments. Here we are. Can't move forward without a motion that at least 3 of us support, so.
I'll make one. Let me give it a shot. I move to instruct city manager to work with staff, to work with the developer and the community groups to see if there might be some negotiation and movement on both sides to minimize any disruption of views for the adjacent properties and yet mitigate some of our most serious environmental concerns of having no landscaping, and that we move the ordinance as presented forward to second reading on October 28th.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this motion?
It's too long.
I know. Epic motions.
Direct the city manager to work with staff, to work with the developer and community groups to determine if there can be negotiations and movement on both sides to minimize disruption of views and environmental concerns, and to move as presented to second reading on October 28, 2025.
Do a great job.
The other side would be community groups or the staff, or both.
Staff to work with community groups and the developer, but primarily community groups.
That's your motion.
That's my motion, and I'm sticking to it.
Got a second?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay. Let's vote.
Anybody want to bet on the outcomes?
And that passes 4-0. Good motion, Commissioner. Thank you. All right.
Break, lunch.
Yep, it's 12:23. Gonna break till 1 o'clock for lunch, and then pick this back up. Does that give everybody enough time?
Yeah.
So I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we can respond to any emergency. So we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job. So they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other. So everyone's sharp and on their A game. So it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
I'm Stacey Losio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones. Or in Sarasota County, we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area. And we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Frank Lamas, always manager, City of Northport. Here today with Mario Vendetti, planner schedule for the City of Northport, Solid Waste Division. We're going to talk about bulk pickups today, how to schedule bulk pickups, what should go out and what should not go out to the curb, where to place the items, and then what happens if you have more than what's allotted for you for the year for a bulk pickup. So Mario, I know we call 941-240-8050, talk to our customer service reps.
That's correct.
About how to schedule a bulk pickup. How else can we do that?
You can also go on our website, northportfl.gov, click on solid waste, and fill out a bulk request form.
Excellent, excellent. So Mario, what about if a person wants to place it out, what should they place out? What's the right thing, what's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit in the container that's garbage is going to go curbside. We're going to stay off driveways. What's not accepted is tires, chemicals, stuff like that. You can put yard waste out, that's considered bulk, but just make sure it's separate from the garbage pile. Okay. Yard waste is a separate pickup.
So what happens if I use all my bulk pickups already?
Good question. So you can have more, but you just have to pay. It's going to be $16.50 a cubic yard, and that's length times width times height divided by 27 is 1 cubic yard.
Any questions? Of course, let us know. Give us a call, 941-240-8050.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
I'm Stacey Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the city of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children at ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great!
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
I'm Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to talk about why it's important to have a go kit and what should go inside of it. It's important to have a go bag because if you wait last minute to pack, there are definitely going to be items that you're going to forget in the scramble to get everything put together. So it's important to have your documents such as IDs, insurance paperwork, titles for your home and your vehicles and your boats, just so that if your home does flood or your roof blows off, all those documents are with you and they're safe, because you don't want to end up losing those and having to try to replace those later on. Also in your go bag, you should think about what medications you might need to have ahead of time. If we're under a state of emergency, you are able to refill your prescriptions ahead of time, even if they're not due yet. So it's important to do that. Also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flashlight, batteries, a radio that is battery powered and extra batteries. Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways ecosystems function, an important part for our community, our listed species. They stabilize the soil, they provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also a lot of community involvement. And so we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So a lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and my goal for the day is just to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations, so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water, and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes strokes within there. And what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these, so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes. I come across a lot of that.
Okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib. Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. You're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staffed all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here. Duty calls.
I'm Stacy Alosio. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to be talking about having an evacuation plan. It's important to have an evacuation plan ahead of time, and it's very important to write it down because that way you can have it somewhere present where everybody in your family can see it and keep it fresh in their minds. And you want to also share it with people in your family or your neighbors so that they know what your plans are ahead of time and how to get a hold of you or where to look for you after a disaster. For your evacuation plans, you should have multiple routes to get to the location you're planning to go to, just because traffic-wise, traffic on 75 might be gridlocked. There could be some very good back roads to get to where you're going that could get you there more quickly without being stuck in traffic. When you're making an evacuation plan, we usually tell you 4 different things. You should stay home if you are not in a zone that's being evacuated, and if your home is built to withstand the forecasted storm. If you can't stay home and you evacuate, your next option should be to go to a friend or family's home that is outside of the evacuation area and is structurally sound to withstand the storm. Third option would be go to a hotel. They're much more comfortable than our evacuation centers. Fourth option would be to go to one of our evacuation centers. Sarasota County has 12 evacuation centers. Those can be found on their website. Stacy Alosio. I'm the Emergency Manager for the City of Northport, and I'm going to discuss first responders after the storm. So it may take a while for first responders to get to after the storm, and that's due to a variety of reasons. One being, we pull first responders off the roads when tropical storm force winds are sustained for their safety. That is a standard usually across the state and other states that have hurricanes as well. So we will have a backlog of calls that have come in during the storm that we will prioritize based on urgency, and they'll be responding to those, as well as the calls that are currently coming in if they're urgent as well. Also, the roads might be flooded, there might be debris in the roads. Our tactical first-in teams will be going out right away to clear the roads of any hazards so that our vehicles can get through and respond as quickly as possible. Just keep that in mind when you call after a disaster for assistance. We are coming. You are very important to us. We care about our residents and their safety, but it may just take a while for us to get to you depending on the conditions of the roads.
Hello everyone, my name is Mario Venditti. I am the planner scheduler for the City of Northport Solid Waste. I got into this position, first I was a recycle driver for 5 years for the City of Northport, and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination. And then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the city of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the city of Northport's solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change my job and serve people. So I went ahead and went through an EMT and paramedic program, went to fire academy, and then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their beliefs and values and everything. So I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we could respond to any emergency. So we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job. So they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other. So everyone's sharp and on their A game. So it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
I'm Stacey Losio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones, or in Sarasota County we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area. And we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager, City of Northport. Here today with Mario Vendetti, Planner Scheduler for the City of Northport, Solid Waste Division. We're going to talk about bulk pickups today, how to schedule bulk pickups, what should go out and what should not go out to the curb, where to place the items, and then what happens if you have more than what's allotted for you for the year for a bulk pickup. So Mario, I know we call 941-240-8050, talk to our customer service reps.
That's correct.
About how to schedule a bulk pickup. How else can we do that?
You can also go on our website, northportfl.gov, click on solid waste, and fill out a bulk request form.
Excellent, excellent. So Mario, what about If a person wants to place it out, what should they place out? What's the right thing? What's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit in the container that's garbage is going to go curbside. We're going to stay off driveways. What's not accepted is tires, chemicals, stuff like that. You can put yard waste out. That's considered bulk, but just make sure it's separate from the garbage pile. Yard waste is a separate pickup.
So what happens if I use all my bulk pickups already?
Good question. So you can have more, but you just have to pay. It's going to be $16.50 a cubic yard, and that's length times width times height divided by 27 is 1 cubic yard.
Any questions? Of course, let us know. Give us a call, 941-240-8050.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
I'm Stacey Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the city of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation Department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children at ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great!
Okay, we are on to under ordinance's first reading, 2025-31. Need a motion to direct city clerk to read by title only.
I'll move.
Second.
A motion by the vice mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon, to request or to direct city clerk to read by title only. You're up.
Vote.
Oh, why do I always forget that?
I don't know, I'm the only one that voted.
I was up there.
And that passes 4-0. Now,
Ordinance number 2025-31, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida regarding sales of alcoholic beverages in proximity to churches and schools, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, section 6-1 and 6-4, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
all righty. City manager, your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 25-31 proposes to amend sections 6.1 and 6.4 of the Code of the City of Northport as follows. Provides that distance requirements apply to alcoholic beverage establishments, which are defined as establishments that align with the definition of standalone bar per the Florida statutes. It also clarifies the definitions of church and school, and it provides for an exemption to allow for the continuation of non-conforming uses provided the use is not discontinued for more than 1 year. Today we ask that you approve option 1, which is to approve ordinance number 2025-31 on first reading and continue the second reading on October 28, 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, city manager, I got a question, and I believe I read this in the backup. This is just basically for standalone bars. Would not include a restaurant that would have a bar in it.
Our team is going to come down and make sure.
I knew you wouldn't have the answer, but I wanted to direct it to you.
Your confidence in me is amazing, sir.
It's massive, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Lori Barnes, Deputy Director of Development Services. The current regulations as written do regulate any place of business that serves alcoholic beverages for consumption on premises. That's primarily the reason why Economic Development sponsored this amendment to the code to relax those regulations so that establishments like restaurants, commercial recreation, and the like would not be held to that strict standard. So we have made the amendment with the input from the commission to change the distance from 800 to 600 feet and to apply that requirement only to those establishments that meet the definition of a standalone bar.
That's what I thought I read, so thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Don't go.
Commissioner Langdon, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I asked this question in my agenda briefing, but I'm going to ask it again. We have 2 parcels within, say they're 400 feet apart. One is zoned commercial, it's empty. One is government, church, whatever that zoning thing is. It's empty. Okay, the church decides to build. They build. At a later date, the commercial property starts building up, and lo and behold, there's a pizza joint that wants to sell wine and beer.
That
Are
is
they
not
precluded?
That is not a problem. Only if said church builds and said vacant commercial parcel wants to build a standalone bar.
Just a standalone?
Just a standalone bar. A pizza joint, Pop Stroke Golf, the new...
Something else that also serves alcohol.
Right, the new Do the Beach has limited alcoholic beverage service. So anything like that would not be precluded from relocating, just a standalone bar as defined in the statutes, which, you know, is based on food service generally.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to add a question. Same type line, if you don't mind, sir. Let's say that it's typically a standalone bar, but then they decided to up their food sales. What percentage of food sales would they have to have? Could they just bring in, let's say it's a standalone bar, pool hall, and they bring in a food truck? Would that constitute a non-standalone bar once they have a food truck there? Or does it have to have a restaurant within the premises cooking the food?
It defaults to the definition in the statute, which I believe, and I apologize, I didn't bring my laptop down. I believe it's 10%. Generally, when you have a standalone bar and then you have a food truck there, they're operated by 2 different business owners. And therefore, the food truck coming on site would not create a condition where that bar is a standalone because it's operated by 2 separate entities.
It would have to do with licensing as well. There's different licenses issued for different types of alcohol.
Currently, there is a bar that has a food truck that is theirs. So that would constitute as their restaurant then.
If they are licensed by the Department of Business and Professional Regulation as a restaurant for that facility, okay? And there's varying different types of alcoholic beverage service licenses. It's, you know, for just alcoholic beverage sales, for consumption on premises, for a full-service restaurant, for a special service restaurant. It does get pretty complicated. So that type of scenario, we would really need to dig into the statute and even potentially to, you know, to the definitions of each of those types of licenses through the state to make a determination as to whether they would qualify under our regulations as a standalone bar or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. Help me to understand this. I'm reading this ordinance and the line 47. Well, first of all, the change that we are proposing is reduced from 600 From 800 to 600?
Correct.
That's main change, correct?
That is one of the changes.
One of the change. The second change is definition, and line 47 says alcoholic beverage establishment, which is a business that is licensed to sell for consumption. My question is line 49, the primary purpose of which is the service of alcoholic beverages rather than the service of food. That's where I get confused. How is it different from a restaurant or a pizza joint?
Okay, so we've got two primary changes. One is the distance, but more overarching is applying this regulation only to standalone bars. As our regulations are currently written, it doesn't matter if you're a restaurant, it doesn't matter if you're a commercial recreation facility, you are required to abide by those distance requirements, regardless. Under the proposed regulations, those types of facilities, restaurants, commercial recreation type places, will be able to locate within 600 feet of a church or a school. Right now they can't, and that limits the the available properties, commercial properties available for those types of uses that we want to see. We want to see restaurants in proximity to our residential neighborhoods for ease of access and convenience. Right now, we're limited because of these distance requirements in all the churches and schools we have on all of our collector roads and even arterial roads. So, the standalone bar definition in the statute essentially speaks to the primary purpose. So think of the best way I can give you an analogy is to talk about when the state smoking regulations changed. Used to be you could smoke in restaurants. State regulations changed and they tied that to food service. So if you had a standalone bar, you didn't serve food, you weren't a bar and grill. So your primary purpose was to serve people alcoholic beverages, period. You might have some bags of chips or some bags of peanuts that people could buy as an accessory use, but you didn't serve food. You could still smoke in those type of places, but you couldn't smoke in a restaurant. This is very similar. So if you're a standalone bar, you're primarily serving alcoholic beverages, you might offer people chips or pretzels or something like that as a snack, but you're not a food service establishment, then you need to abide by those distance requirements. I hope that helped.
So if it is, I'm not against restaurants serving alcohol with that distance, but what if it's just a bar? Can they still fall into that definition of alcoholic beverage establishment?
Yes.
So any bar can be opened within 600 feet of church or?
No. A standalone bar, a bar, okay, cannot be opened within 600 feet of a church or a school, per the definitions, okay?
But if it's a restaurant that serves food,
if it's a restaurant that serves food and they have a restaurant license and they serve more than 10% of their income is from food, then they could locate there. If it's less than 10%, they're a standalone bar and they can't be within that proximity. So if you're thinking Applebee's Bar and Grill, that could be within 600 feet of a church or a school. I don't really know any standalone bars around here, but think a neighborhood pub that doesn't serve food. They're just serving beer, alcohol, wine. And again, not serving you a meal, not serving you, as a general rule, not serving you cooked food. Bags of chips, that's it. So that's where you get into that, primary purpose. If their primary purpose was to serve food and they had a bar there, fine. If their primary purpose is to serve alcohol with limited or no food service, then they're not to be within that 600 feet.
So I guess my next question is, I understand the change from 800 to 600, but even with 800 feet, the sit-down establishment that serve food would not be allowed to open within 800 feet of a church that serves alcohol?
No, that's not correct. That's how it is now.
Okay.
What we're trying to change is to allow those food service establishments and commercial recreation to be allowed within those proximities. That is what we're trying to change now, is to go to any type of business that doesn't meet the definition of a standalone bar, doesn't abide by these distance regulations. That is what is in front of you today. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that correct, legal? Can you confirm?
Yes, sir.
Elaborate on that?
Yes, if it's helpful, as I mentioned before, the state issues different types of alcohol beverage licenses at different types of establishments. A standalone bar has a specific kind of license. A restaurant that serves alcohol has a specific kind of license. So it's easier to identify. We don't have to make those calculations of what 10% is. The state does that for us when it issues the licenses and make sure that they stay in compliance with those license requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
You good? All right. Anything else, commissioners? Any public comment?
Lynn Hutcherson. To the Northport City Commissioners, I will not be able to attend commission meeting being held on October 14, 2025. However, I do want to express my views regarding request to amend. This is not for this item. I'm sorry. Should have been under general public comment. I apologize. No public comment.
That's 2 off of the evaluation.
All right. If there's nothing more, I'll close this public hearing. Request a motion.
I'll make it. Go ahead.
I move to continue ordinance number 2025-31 to second reading on October 28th, 2025.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by the Vice Mayor, to continue ordinance 2025-31, second reading on October 28th, 2025. There's nothing more to that. Let's vote, folks. And that passes 4-0. Moving on, ordinance's second reading, ordinance 2025-30. City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough to read by title only.
Ordinance number 2025-30, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, City Fee Schedule for Utilities Fees, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a second reading item, and during the City Commission regular meeting held on September 23rd, 2025, the Commission voted to unanimously continue this ordinance number 2025 to second reading with no changes on today, October 14, 2025. We ask that you approve it via option 1, which is to approve it on its second reading.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, commissioners. Anything to this item? Seeing nothing. Any public comment? And then I'm closing this public hearing, requesting a motion.
I'm going to move to adopt ordinance number 2025-30 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to adopt ordinance 2025-30 as presented. Let's vote. And that passes 4-0. Moving on to resolutions 2025-R-52. City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough.
Resolution number 2025-R-52, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, authorizing the City Commission to participate in a joint meeting with the Sarasota County Commission to receive, discuss, and act upon matters of mutual interest incorporating recitals, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And this is for the January 2026 convocation of government meetings that we have annually.
It's in January, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioners? You all good?
Yep.
Any public comment on this item?
There is none.
And then I'm closing this public hearing, requesting a motion.
I'll make it. Move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-52 as presented.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to adopt Resolution 2025-R-52 as presented. And we're voting. Bless you. That passes 4-0. Moving on to general business, 25-2904. Discussion possible action regarding the request from Kiwanis for placement of a portable. City Manager, your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the entire title. A discussion and possible action regarding the request from the Kiwanis Club Incorporated of Northport, for placement of a portable building on city-owned property at Dallas White Park, located at 5900 Greenwood Avenue, Northport, Florida 34287. On September 4th of 2025, the City of Northport received a request from the Kiwanis Club of Northport to place the portable on city-owned property at Dallas White Park, across from the site of the former city lease space that was destroyed during Hurricane Ian. Related to this request, the Kiwanis Club has submitted a grant application to purchase a portable building. The grant requires an agreement with the property owner, which is the City of Northport, authorizing placement of the portable building and completion of a site visit. The Dallas White Park property has a public institutional future land use designation and a government use zoning district designation. The Kiwanis Club is a social service use, which is an allowable use in the government use zoning district. There is a robust history between the City of Northport and the Kiwanis Club, and we ask for you today, as you consider this, to provide direction to staff related to the request from the Kiwanis Club of Northport for the placement of the portable at Dallas White Park, located at 5900 Greenwood Avenue. We're happy to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Kiwanis does great work, and I love them. I think they're awesome. But to my comments earlier in the day, I really think we need to look at all 4 of these displaced or about to be displaced nonprofits and sort of figure out what's our policy, what are we willing to do, and to what degree, so that we can be fair and consistent against all of them, with all of them. So, City Clerk, do I need to make a motion to put something on a future agenda, or can I just request it? So that's what I would like to do, is to take a look at all of those requests and sort of use them as a basis for saying, you know, what's our investment strategy in our local nonprofits? And again, I think the 4 that I mentioned earlier are special because they were in city-owned properties that were torn down or are about to be torn down. What do y'all think?
Mayor?
Yeah, I got a question for staff. Maybe Chuck has the answer, I don't know. Is there any issues with that section of property that they were asking? I know where the old portable was, they're asking directly across. It's not up to the front where we've already put in new buildings and stuff. I believe for Parks and Rec, maybe. Are you up there? No, you're in the back? Okay.
What's utilities?
But I knew that there was a lot of underground stuff up there that might not have made it feasible. I just want to make sure we're out of that area if they're going directly across from where they used to be.
Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. So I believe it was utilities that had a portable trailer over in that section.
Okay.
And that they already had, all the hookups are already there to sustain that trailer. So there's no conflicts that we're aware of.
Okay, that's because they were sort of site specific, because I know they didn't want to go after the art center area, this, that, and the other, but we may have to go forward with this. But the one, and thank you, that's all I needed from you, sir. But the one thing that we're looking at here, and this is to go with Commissioner Langdon, I understand the dealing, having to deal and sit there and talk with other nonprofits. And I'm sure when we have public comment, Kiwanis has been looking for a new building since it was destroyed by Ian. They've gone and done the legwork. They're in their final stages. So what they really need is permission. I believe they've already had a site visit from the grant people stating, okay, this is where it's going. We would need a, memorandum of understanding with the city and Kiwanis for that land. But they're at the end game. They're ready to place a building out there if the money's approved. And it is time sensitive. They're gonna find out, I believe, in November on one grant and December on second grant, and then the money gets doled out in February. So this is sort of speeding up the process quite a bit to where we either say, yes, we would like to possibly lease you land if everything goes through, to keep with that timeline. To put it off and 6 months down the road, that possibility could have changed, and I'm sorry, we didn't have an agreement, we can't give you the money, now you gotta wait 2 more years for the next grant process, or whatever the timeline is. So it is indicative of us to either make a decision to say, hey, we're in agreement to where we would love to discuss a lease option with you at this time, because they've come asking. I mean, the other nonprofits have not, and I do know for a fact that they are looking to help other nonprofits with this building. So they're already in the works of trying to establish an area for the nonprofits of the city to be able to come, conjure up, and possibly just share the space going forward as well until there's more permanent structures going. I just wanted to get that little tidbit out there. They've been working hard, due diligently, trying to get this money to get this building there. And it's up to us to figure out if it's okay or not. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I want a clarification from the Vice Mayor. Are we talking about the same thing, a building or this portable?
I believe it's a portable, and they're supplying it. The city is not paying one dime for the portable. They're supplying it. We would give them a lease of land. Renewable, yearly, as long as that portable's there, or Kiwanis dissolves or whatever. And if it does dissolve, then it goes back to the city. So if they walk away from that building, the building's ours.
Mm-hmm.
So
currently there's no financial impact to the cities, as I understand, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
Good, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Langman.
Yeah, I'm without power, so I'll be rude because I can't see what's going on and I can't vote. So my only question, and I totally understand all that, and I'm very supportive of Kiwanis, but if we agree to allow them to park their trailer there and we don't charge them parking fee, are we ready to do that for the senior center? Are we ready to do that for Awaken Food Pantry? Are we ready to do that for the art center? See, that's my only issue and question. What do we all feel is appropriate for the use of taxpayer money in support of our nonprofits? And again, I'm not against it at all, but we need to look beyond this one instance. How do we want to engage with our nonprofits, and what's an appropriate investment level, particularly in light of the fact that we're not rolling in dough?
Are you asking
as a
me?
city. No, I'm not. It's more for everybody. That's the conversation I would like to have at the next meeting.
All right, and I would like to be able to respond on that. That's what we had discussed with looking at lease options down the road. I believe in the earlier backup material, the Art Center was looking at $1 a month. I mean, is that really something that we would want to entertain as $1 a month per lease at $12 a year for that nonprofit? Or would it be $10 a month? Would it be, those are the discussions we need to have, and I'm sure it has to stay within legal confines on how we would do that. I know you hit your button. You want to say something, sir?
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, I would say that the uniqueness in how you compare it to the Art Center is that they are providing their own sort of facility, which is the portable. We're not required to provide pay or any maintenance, any costs. There's nothing out of our pocket that would sort of generate the need for a rental fee above the $1. If the Art Center, in this example, comes back to the table and they are able to fund their own building on our land, the premise was, well, if you provide the building, then we'll provide the space for it, and then they're required to upkeep and maintain the building. The other thing I'll say is that is correct. There is a time sensitivity here to this solution because they have been gone for so long, and they are literally in front of the grant board, probably as we speak, in order to get this grant sort of pushed through. And that, based on the prior practice that we've had, whether it was with the Art Center or somewhere else, sort of led us to believe that it was worthy of your consideration.
I would say that, the suggested motion by staff here is to direct city manager to identify options to offer the Kiwanis Club in Northport space at Dallas White Park. So we're not approving anything as much as we are directing staff to sit down and present some options and move this process forward. So if that helps anybody.
It does.
Okay. Anything else to this, commissioners?
Public comment.
I'm ramping up. Public comment?
Nonprofits. Commissioners, for more than 50 years, the Kiwanis Club of Northport has partnered with the city. It began with Kiwanis building the Scout House for Boys and Girl Scouts, and then we built the pavilion at Dallas White Park. Both were turned over to the city. Kiwanis paid for swim lessons at the pool to ensure Northport kids didn't drown. In 1991, Kiwanis Club partnered with social services manager Zelma Solero to create the Children's Community Clothing Closet. For years, the old social service building was used by Kiwanis volunteers to give families 5 free outfits for their kids. The club helped when a family suffered a fire or if a woman was fleeing a domestic violence relationship and needed clothing and household items to start all over, and when foster families needed clothing. After the war in Ukraine broke out, dozens of families came to Northport without clothing and other furnishings. Kiwanis helped them. The closet was a drop-off site for donations and distributions. Kiwanis operated on San Chapos Way for 3 decades until Hurricane Ian destroyed the portable building. Since then, the club struggled to help residents at the same level prior to 2022. One immediate solution was to apply for grants for a new portable to once again collect donations, give clothing to families, and help those in need in the poorest neighborhoods of the city and all 11 schools. The club made it to the final phase of a grant to purchase a portable. The club is requesting to allow a portable to be placed across from the old closet on San Chapos Way. This will allow the club to serve over 15,000 residents annually. The club isn't asking for funds for the portable, just an agreement. It would be where the city temporarily placed portables after the hurricanes. It's an ideal site to serve at-risk population. The club partners with the police for the Do the Right Thing program and Parks and Recreation when possible. We want to keep serving families here. Thank you very much. And in person, I have Jacqueline Sislo.
Hi there. I'm Jacqueline Sislo. I'm the president of Kiwanis of Northport. And while I understand, with all the other nonprofits, the one thing is we've been without our home the longest. It's been 18 months that we have been working so hard to get this far. I'm sorry. But we have done so much, and this grant is so close to coming to an end, and it looks like it's really in our favor. The thing is, we do have to lock this land in. If not, we may lose the grant, and it's such an issue for us. We have our building. There's other nonprofits that need meeting places. They can use our building for meeting places. And that location is one of the best locations for the people that we help within this community. They can walk, they can ride a bike, the homeless. It's just the perfect spot for us. Everybody knows us in that community. We have done fundraising. We do expos that help us raise money. We work the Brave Stadium to raise money. We have been applying for grants right along to raise money. So we haven't been ignoring the situation. We've been fighting like crazy. We're using money to pay for storage that we could be using for a building and we could put towards community versus storage. And we're running out of storage. We need a lot because we help in so many different ways. We're not just about clothes. If they need food, if they need cleaning supplies, beddings and things, we help with that. We work so close with the school. We have humongous amount of shoes right now that we have, you know, socks and underwear. We've been collecting this, but we're running out of storage. And we need to come up with something soon. And like I said, I wish you would take in consideration, please, that we have already been out of home for 18 months and we need a home. And we're asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is one other thing. We do have another foundation in Sarasota, I believe, that is willing to help us get started in that. They would partner with us to outfit us and everything once we got the building. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Looking for a motion.
I would be
make it.
delighted to make it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-52 as presented. What?
You're on general business, wrong item.
I must have browned out just for a moment. Okay. I move to direct city manager to identify options to offer the Kiwanis Club of Northport, Inc. space at Dallas White Park.
Second, and I'm not gonna let her take another motion away from me, just for that reason.
I'm not worthy.
Anything else for this, commissioners? Let's vote. And that passes 4-0. Moving on to B 25-2903. This is discussion possible action regarding City of Northport, state and federal legislative priorities. City Manager, your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City of Northport monitors state and federal legislation throughout the year to identify funding and other opportunities to ensure that the needs of the community are met. The City Commission reviews and adopts legislative priorities in preparation for the state and federal legislative sessions. In the packet, we've included what you provided for 2025 legislative priorities. We ask that you are today to have a conversation about 2026. Just to go over 2025, the 4 items that we listed for support for infrastructure included regional development of upstream reservoir and related improvements for stormwater management, the new city police headquarters, the widening and extension of Toledo Blade Boulevard, I-75, areas along local roads leading to regional evacuation routes, and construction of new I-75 interchange at Yorkshire Braintree Boulevard in Northport. The rest of your supports included environmental and natural resources, supporting all county priorities, opposing limitations, home rule, opposing cost shifts, unfunded mandates, or preemptions of the Northport City Charter Authority, and facts as well. But we're looking forward to discussion today on what you would like for your 2026 priorities to be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, who wants to weigh in on this? Anybody? All right, I'll take a swing at it. So I guess we're here to talk about what items we want to put on these 2 lists.
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the 2025 state legislative priorities. First one up there was regional development of upstream reservoir and related improvements to stormwater management. You know, I'm a big advocate of that. I think we ought to leave that one in there as, you know, as an item for a legislative priority. New city police headquarters. I mean, not sure about this one. I mean, I don't see, again, we've gotten feedback from our legislators telling us that until we had a finance package put together that made sense, they couldn't help us. So I don't see any reason to put this on, even though I would love to get money from somewhere or anywhere other than our city's tax-paying citizens for this. But, you know, I don't see how it fits anymore. Widening Toledo Blade Boulevard, I-75 areas. I mean, I guess maybe the better way to approach this would just be to, like, you know, how can I say this as delicately as possible? Since most of ours and our neighboring municipalities across the state, legislative priorities have had a hard time being heard, perhaps in Tallahassee. And right now we're facing a single biggest impact to all our abilities to operate our local governments, and that's property taxes. I would advocate for the only legislative priority I would put on here, other than maybe the work on infrastructure for stormwater management, would be to send a clear message to our legislators in Tallahassee that we would hope that they would spend a lot of time, giving a lot of thought to how it is we as local municipal governments would actually pay for the important services, especially safety-related services, if our property tax revenues were seriously impacted. I think that's a major priority, and it ought to clear the deck of everything else that might get in the way of that. Hopefully, if every city and municipality in this state spoke out loud and clearly to our state representatives, perhaps we could come up collectively with some better approach to how to cut costs and do so without sacrificing public safety. That's all I have to say on this. Anybody else? Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, Mayor, I support everything that you said. Certainly restricting municipalities' ability to raise money to fund essential services is very likely to happen in this legislative session in some way or another. I love your idea of teaming up with other municipalities, perhaps in Sarasota County, and see if we can speak with one voice. And I would add, in addition to please don't monkey around with property tax, there is also legislation being proposed that the FLC thinks is highly likely to advance, and that is further restricting municipalities' ability to assess impact fees, which for a city like Northport would be catastrophic. The limitations they put in, I think, acting city attorney, I think it was our interim city attorney, it was like 2022, I think they implemented some constraints on our ability to assess impact fees. There is another bill likely to go through to abolish community redevelopment authorities, which for cities in Northport, I'm really not doing well. Cities in the state of Florida who had their growth spurts 50 and 70 years ago, they depend on those funds to revitalize their older sections. So there are just a lot of things happening at the state level that could be catastrophic for cities and towns in this state. And I would be hugely supportive of reaching out to our fellow municipalities to see if we might speak with one voice on these items.
Commissioner Petrov down there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sir.
I would like to introduce something, maybe it was talked about before, but supported legislation to address rising insurance premiums or rates and improve resilience to the sea level rise. Well, specifically the insurance rates, because people cannot afford insurance. They're forced to sell or just go without insurance.
Can't argue that that's an issue, that's for sure. The last time we did have conversation, to help a little, Dimitri, so you know, when this matter was discussed a couple of years back, you know, the feeling was that the legislation the state passed with regard to mitigating the ability to sue was going to be the answer and the solution to the insurance market, that if people couldn't just indiscriminately sue, and it became much more difficult for people to sue insurance companies, then, you know, that would save insurance companies all kinds of money, and somehow, like, that would inure to the citizenry in lower insurance rates. I'm not too sure how well that worked out. I would say probably not at all, but from what I've read and tried to gather, I mean, it's certainly not a bad idea to send the message, but I'm not sure our state legislators seem to think that it's a problem, maybe because they're not paying the premiums. I don't know. Anyway, good point. I don't have a big problem with that one. But, you know, the question is philosophically, how do we make this, you know, we're not unlike other municipalities who, you know, put together their state and federal legislative priorities. And, you know, the question is, how do we use this vehicle to really make an impact? You know, I don't know, maybe it is good just to list the laundry list of a half a dozen items that we're concerned about. It kind of goes in lockstep with a lot of the Florida League of Cities initiatives and what they believe is important for local rule. And unfortunately, you know, I'm not so sure how well, like, this all seems to be working, because the state continues to preempt, and municipalities and the state government seem to be at a greater disconnect than ever before. So I scratch my head and wonder how effective all this is actually, but and whether or not, you know, simply all speaking with one voice on one item, which is the real bottom line issue, which is preemption, which is the state deciding that one size fits all, that legislatively out of Tallahassee decisions can be made that affect municipalities across this state. And, you know, to me, that's the elephant in the room. That's the issue in the room. That, to me, is the one item I'd like to see on here to be hammered away with our state legislators so that they understand that's our priority. You're taking away our ability to operate our municipality in the most efficient way possible. And the fact that there are areas of our state, municipalities who may have been wasteful, who may not have spent their citizens' tax dollars in the most efficient way, is not a reason to carte blanche make rules that affect us all and that in effect come back to bite us in our ability to do just that, which is be the best stewards of citizens' tax dollars. And to me, that's the one legislative priority I want to see. All the rest, I think, fall on deaf ears, in my opinion. Anyway, that's my opinion. I don't know, where do we want to go with this? Do we want to come up with a list? I mean, if that's what you all want to do. I mean, on the state legislative, we've got 4 items here. You know, do we want to, I mean, what do we want to do with the police headquarters? What do we want to do with widening and extension of Toledo Blade, construction of I-75 interchange? If Commissioner Duval was here, he'd say, absolutely, I want this one in. We need to hammer away, and rightfully so. I mean, so I have no problem if we want to add to this list, delete from this list. City manager, you gotta have a buzzer, something that makes a noise so I know.
I can wait patiently. What I would say, what we're looking for, Mr. Mayor, is the 4 items that are on here, all of them still need a certain level of attention, and they're at different phases in their life cycles to get your consideration. The reservoir and stormwater management, that's going to be a need for a while. The police headquarters, even though we all remember once we submitted this last year, what our representative told us is you needed to have a funding plan for it before we would contribute to it, which would sort of relieve some of one of the funding sources that we had identified. We know that we have not done that yet, but keeping that on there keeps it top of mind so that when we do get there, it won't be a new surprise. If we take it off of it, if we don't give attention to it, someone will say, well, what happened to it? I thought you got it. You went a year or so without it being on there. So leaving it on there provides a visual, and then the construction of the I-75 interchange as well. As it relates to the insurance comment and the property tax comment, I think that would sort of be like a new section that we would add in there because they're really not funding resources that go into this particular column. We would add a new column in there of both of those items, if I heard correctly, regarding the position of the property tax and its impact, so to speak, as well as the insurance and what can be done so that it's sort of monitored and hopefully regulated at a rate that is better than what it is now.
One other before, I know I have 2 in the queue, I would throw out perhaps, and for all of us to think about, is Bill 180, who a number of municipalities and counties have joined in legal action against the state on, perhaps a more appropriate place to voice our opinion regarding that bill might be here. So maybe there's some value in a discussion about that particular bill, because that certainly has had some unintended consequences. What was billed originally as a piece of legislation to help folks recover from storms and natural disasters has turned into a shield that many developers can use to work their way through some of the development plans they have in mind and make it extremely difficult for municipality to prevent certain types of development which leadership in the community may feel aren't in the best interests of its citizens. So, you know, that might be an item worthy of discussion as far as a priority. But anyway, I'll let Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for indulging me.
Just a couple of comments on the current list. I'm on the fence with the police headquarters for all the reasons. We don't have a financial plan yet. And even if $25 million dropped into our laps, we probably still couldn't afford it. Widening and extending Toledo Blade, the Metropolitan Planning Organization voted down about a half a year ago, voted down even initiating a study to see how it might be done to minimize the impact on any sensitive land, conservation land it would go through. So I think without their endorsement, it wouldn't matter. So I would take it off. The new interchange, vitally important for us. In a lot of ways, the ball is in our court, again, to do some infrastructure improvements and implementation in that area. My sense is I hate to take it off because it's so vitally important and we pushed so hard for it. But again, I think the ball is in our court. I wouldn't mind keeping the police headquarters on funding requests. Maybe it's not really a legislative priority, but perhaps keep it just to say we know we haven't forgotten it. So that would be my input on the 4 that are there, and I'm taking notes on all the other topics that others are bringing up, so we can go through them again when you're ready. That's it for me.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to say, and this is before the city manager spoke, was exactly what he said, was I didn't want to take the PD off of the table because that looks like we gave up. We've quit. We're not asking anymore. But we don't have the funding options, but we still have a fight. We're still looking for it. We may have to make concessions, but we're still looking at PD, so I would not take that off. And Barb had brought up, or Commissioner Langdon had brought up about Toledo Blade. I was going to say the same thing, that there was no progress on taking that any further than what it is.
The vote was however many to 1.
Yes. and that's not in the near future anyway, so maybe if it does spark its head again down the road, we can say, yeah, we want to discuss that. But at this point right now, it's a moot point, in my opinion, because without the backing from MPO or DOT or anything like that, it's not getting done. So those were the 2 things I wanted to bring up. I definitely want to keep the PD on there just for conversation's sake. And you never know if we'd be talking to somebody up there and they go, hey, do you know about this? Oh, no, we didn't. And at least it's there, whatever it may be. So I just didn't want to, if we're a few years down the line and we still don't have any progress, then that may be the time we punt the ball. But at this point right now, I don't see it. I want to keep it on board. That's the only thing I had, Mayor.
Anybody else? Okay, so looks like the first item we're leaving, second item we're leaving, Toledo Blades, the only one we're looking at pulling, right?
Yeah.
And I-75 interchange stays. Do we want to add anything? I mean, want to add insurance? Do we want to add a statement with regard to property tax? Do we want to add anything else?
Well, I believe less is more. So the fewer things, the better.
Unless you wanted to put in discussion about Bill 180. Just to have a discussion.
And then the taxing, some kind of statement. Don't monkey with our taxing authority, and then we could put sub-bullets under that. 2 or 3 of them could fall under that.
I had a different word than monkey, but yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, with regard to that item, you can't deny the fact that the citizenry wants lower taxes. So the state's going to do something to simply say, don't monkey with us, don't mess with us, don't screw with us, whatever you want to call it. I mean, those are all messages we can send, but I'm not sure that, that matters as much as being able to try to make them aware of how huge a percentage of property tax goes to provide for public safety and high-end quality of life amenities, things that our citizenry cry out for all the time. This is what they want in their cities. They want it to be safe, and they want to feel that their city or town offers them, the quality of life that they'd like their family to enjoy. And it's up to them to figure out how they do this in a way that makes sense and doesn't leave citizens short. And I don't think, with all the politics that's being played here, the response to don't mess with our dollars, first of all, they're not our dollars, they're our citizens' tax dollars, and our citizens don't want to pay them. So they want DOGE, they want lower taxes, they want cuts, they want all these things. And the state is looking at, a variety of ways to do it. We need to make sure that in their discussion, as they try to come up with some magic bullet to solve this problem and lower people's property taxes, that they do it in a way that doesn't compromise public safety. And maybe that's the kind of message we want to send. They need to be continually reminded, because not all of them, or even a lot of them, have worked their way up through local government and may not necessarily truly understand. Look at how long it's taken some of us to figure out how our tax dollars get spent, where they can, where they can't, what they can be used for, what they can't. I'm not so sure that the majority of our state representatives have a clear understanding about what an enormous impact this would have. Not to say that we shouldn't collectively find a way to be more efficient, save tax dollars, cut costs, spend our money only on those things that are the most important things. But, we'd have to come up with something crafted appropriately that wasn't punitive in nature, but rather suggestive in terms of, hey, don't forget how important it is that what these dollars go to. And so maybe there's a way somebody might be able to do that. Acting city attorney.
Interim.
I mean.
Got 3 more hours of it.
There you go. Anyway, Vice Mayor, you're up.
What I was gonna say was, you gotta remember, when we go up to Tallahassee, we're shuffled through like cattle. So we basically have 20 to 30 minutes per representative. So, I mean, when Commissioner Langdon said 3 is better, but I understand where the mayor's coming from. So maybe this could be the 4th category once we get down past the 3 that we're keeping, is just discuss our basic community needs and just go into detail with the remainder of our time to say, hey, our community wants less taxing, wants this, that, and the other, and just have that conversation. This way it's not a single topic, it could be any topic on basic community needs. Just throwing that out there for you, Mayor.
It really has, it's not like we haven't had this conversation with some of our state representatives, and any talk in the media by any elected officials, politicking this issue, our electeds have at least expressed their feelings that, until somebody comes up with an actual real plan for how to replace that revenue, nothing's going to happen. So, but, they're certainly moving ahead on a number of different initiatives that are going to have impact. And what always worries me with government is that decisions are made, and if they're not carefully thought out, like the unintended consequences come back to bite you, where. And that's what worries me with this one. So, I think, Vice Mayor, you probably got the best idea here, and just work it into our conversations and
put it on the list of basic community needs. And we've got from now until next spring to figure out what may be the hot topic of that moment is.
And I do think our particular legislators, they get this. They've been around long enough, most of them, that they hear us. But I'm not sure that anybody's come up with any solutions, so it doesn't hurt to continue to just keep it in front of them. So, City Manager, we giving you any kind of direction here?
Yes, sir. I heard a lot. I didn't hear I didn't hear the final landing point on the insurance and the property tax conversation of just putting a statement on there. Because I agree with the Vice Mayor, when we do get there, we are sort of on a time limit. But this year, when we go, I plan on having sort of a condensed cheat sheet, especially for the mayor, since he's the one who starts off that conversation, and that'll be Mr. Emmerich, so that it sort of keeps us in line with what we want to focus on. Because the main thing they ask us is, how can I help you and what do you need? And we need to have a very tight script together so that that can sort of help drive that conversation. But you make very good points about the items that you do want to include on there. I think that the more that they see it would be helpful, because all of the conversations might not make it to every single conversational piece. So I think it might be helpful to at least have it on writing.
And that's why I know you wanted to do insurance and everything like that, which that's what the mayor was discussing. That's why I gave it a roundabout title, basic community needs. who knows, stuff may fail between now and then, and it's not part of the discussion anymore. So if we wanted to put insurance and they did nothing, it's still on our list, but let's just leave it broad. That's why I put it that way. Barb's gonna argue with that, but that's okay.
Who's up?
No, I
Commissioner
have a thought
Petro?
for you.
Commissioner Petro, you're up, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to make it concise and brief. Support legislation to address rising insurance rates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words.
You support it?
For them to look into the legislation that would address rising
I
insurance
thought you
rates.
said support for rising insurance.
No, support a legislation to address rising insurance rates.
Okay, I think we're good on our end, Mr. Mayor, but I think Commissioner Langdon may have wanted to chime in as well.
Yeah, as soon as I get the floor.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Just sort of listening to what folks are saying, what if we did something educational without being educational? I don't know how to broach it, but something like basic community needs. What do people here in Northport need and want from their government? We want a safe community. We want a clean community. We want an affordable community. And so I think all of the other things we've been discussing, you know, legislation that addresses high insurance as part of the affordable community, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to throw that out as maybe a frame for that kind of a conversation.
That's fine.
That's it.
So you feel we need a motion, or you got a general feel for where we're going with this?
I think we're good on our end. We'll bring you back something that will sort of crystallize everything that you talked about in as few words as possible and sort of tie it together.
Got any public comment on this subject?
There is not.
Nothing there, okay, and we're not gonna put a motion together on this, so we can move on. Let's move on to C, 25-2709. This is discussion possible action regarding projects for 2026 state and federal legislative funding considerations. City Manager, your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to have our Grants Division Manager, Ms. Valerie Malinowski, come down and speak on the topic.
Good afternoon. Valerie Malinowski, Grants Division Manager. This is our annual agenda item about state and federal appropriations to get your input on what types of projects we should be requesting in the upcoming year. Just a little bit of background about each. State legislative awards typically provide about $1 million per project, although higher amounts are usually possible. Priority should be given to those that are urgent and shovel-ready projects. Federal funding usually involves stricter requirements, but the funding amounts can be higher than $1 million typically. And then both state and federal requests require a match. So I do have a list for you of some different projects to consider for state and federal funding. The state projects, I generically have a subject called Emergency Services Building and Equipment, and this is things like our police headquarters, the Emergency Operations Center, possibly a fire station in the Toledo Blade area, because I've heard that there's been some conversation about that, and that also includes equipment for that fire station. I also have on there for state or Mineral Springs, water and sewer or buildings. Water control structure improvements, which we always need money for. Price Boulevard widening, phase 2 design, bridge improvements, water and sewer expansion, solid waste transfer station, and preservation of environmental lands, and that was from last year, a priority. Under federal, we have water control structure improvements, War Merrill Springs water and sewer buildings, bridge improvements, water and sewer service expansion, Price Boulevard widening phase 2, and emergency services buildings and equipment. So I'm here to get any kind of feedback of, whatever other types of priorities that you think we might need this upcoming year.
Pretty loaded up as it is.
It's pretty busy.
Anything to this, commissioners?
I think we're good.
And
I think we would stay the course, that's just my opinion, and try and get what we can for whatever we can, and then we can prioritize from whatever money we got to getting a solution going, so. Yeah, I think you got your hands full.
Okay.
Just my opinion.
105.
4.
Oh, that's right.
Anything else, commissioners? Public comment?
There is none.
All right, request a motion.
I'll make it. Move to approve the list of projects for 2026 state and federal legislative funding consideration as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to approve the list of projects for the 2026 state and federal legislative funding consideration. If there's nothing more, let us vote. That passes 4-0.
Another great job, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to D, 25-2798. Discussion of possible action regarding a proposed ordinance establishing stricter residency clustering activities, blah, 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 for registered sex offenders. City Clerk, want to introduce this item?
This item was requested by Commissioner DeVal. I did speak with him, and he said he was just looking to see if we could get direction for the city attorney to review what the city can do regarding this item.
Commissioners, anybody got anything to say on this subject?
I would ask the attorney what he has to say, since it's directed at him.
It depends on what the commission wants to do, Mayor. If you have direction that you want researched or something that you are looking to go beyond the state statute, we're here to hear you.
Think, because what we would be asking here is if we go down this path is to enact, with the plan in mind would be to enact legislation that is more restrictive.
More restrictive than the state statute already requires, and penalties that go along with that, and what that looks like and how to enforce it.
I myself would like a real strong legal opinion on that from our legal department as to whether or not, they think this makes sense. If so, why? If not, why? Is there any better course of action with regard to addressing this concern without changing legislation? I don't know, but I certainly would, defer to our legal department for guidance here, because I don't know what we could do. This could be fraught with all kinds of.
Mr. Mayor, you mind if Chief and Deputy Chief speak to this item? There's some activity at the county level that may be relevant to the conversation.
Chief Garrison with the Police Department. The sheriff is looking into this matter right now and will be making a decision shortly. So we support this 100%, but we're looking for the sheriff to set the guidance on it.
Sounds good.
I'm good with that.
That too. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple meetings ago, we had a public comment regarding this proposal. And I guess my question is to legal, how restrictive are we looking to do from this comparison from the state versus local level?
I do not know, sir. That's not a question for me, that's a question for the
And
board.
I guess I can direct this question to the chief. How restrictive is local county is proposing this or looking into this?
I don't know what they're gonna decide on, but I do know they're looking at the Putnam ordinance and the Miami-Dade ordinance. So, you know, I think in order to protect our community and our children, we need to be as restrictive as legally possible.
Okay.
So, with zero room for forgiveness.
I support.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, no, I agree. I said we need to do a deep dive in this to see, because under emergency situations, we can't make things stricter, this, that, and the other, so that depends on if that pertains to this issue or not, so definitely need some background on that, because if we're allowed to do it, that's one thing that we can look at. If we're not allowed, then we need to look at, okay, maybe if the emergency status dwindles away or is gone, then at that point, we may be able to do it. But we need to know what the legalities are on where we could go. And I'm glad that the sheriff's looking in on it. We might be able to piggyback on some of their information. But again, it's up to our legal team to go ahead and do the research and come back and give us the yays and nays.
I think the hopes is that all the municipalities in Sarasota County are in unison on this.
That's where I'm at on it, Mayor.
So do we want to give any specific direction or make any kind of a motion here, or do we want to wait on the county to
Yeah, I
set
don't
some
know
general direction?
If we need a motion.
If there's gonna be a county-wide ordinance that would affect the city, anyway, we might wanna see what they're gonna be proposing before we.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I hate to.
I was gonna suggest that maybe we do a consensus to instruct city manager and our police chief to come back once they know what the sheriff is proposing, that you get that information to us and that we put it on a future agenda as soon as it's ready.
Does the sheriff have a timeline? Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted, if they said they'd know by January, then we'd say come back the end of January, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's in progress. I don't think it's gonna be that long. I know it's in progress.
Okay, well, it's in process, so only time will tell. I say we piggyback with the county at this time, see what they bring back.
Okay, so I gather we need to not take any action then necessarily. It's time. Table it.
Thank you.
Wait on what we see.
Right.
All right.
We have public comment there.
We have public
comment?
Yes. Casey Ruark. Thank you, Commissioner Duval, for bringing this forward, and to Hannah Crosby for standing up for our community safety. I've lived in this neighborhood for 23 years. It used to be a safe place where parents felt good letting their kids ride bikes and walk to the bus stop. That sense of safety has been gone for a long time. There's a convicted pedophile living at the end of my street. He's been there for over 10 years. My wife made repeated calls about him sitting outside every morning and afternoon watching children at the bus stop. Eventually, the school district moved the stop, but now those same kids have to walk right past his house. And I've seen him talking to them. What doesn't make sense is how someone like that is even allowed to live near a bus stop. When my son got in trouble once at a bus stop years ago, we were told it was considered school property. But when we called about this, suddenly it wasn't. The system shouldn't work that way. It's time to close these gaps and put real restrictions in place to keep our neighborhoods safe. Please support this ordinance and make protecting children the priority it should have always been. Eric Henderson. I'm writing today as a Northport resident who is deeply concerned about the growing risk of multi-offender housing within our city. This issue is not hypothetical. It has already happened in other Florida communities. Our community shouldn't have to wait until a similar situation unfolds here before taking action. Adopting an ordinance like this would not only protect our children, but also send a clear message that Northport prioritizes public safety and responsible community planning. I strongly urge city leadership to review the presented ordinance and take steps to implement a comparable policy here in Northport. Danielle Santoro. I want to thank Commissioner DeVal for bringing this forward and Hannah Crosby for championing stronger protections for our neighborhoods. I've lived in this community since 2002. I raised my son here when it was a safe, family-friendly neighborhood, but that sense of safety has been gone for over a decade. For more than 10 years, a convicted pedophile has lived at the end of my block. I made repeated calls asking for help to no avail, until I reached out to former Commissioner Joe Luke, who stepped in and got action taken. The school district then moved a bus stop because this man sat outside daily watching children get on and off the bus. Even now, the new stop forces kids to walk right past his house, and I've seen them stop and talk to him. And he has had no qualms about approaching me and my granddaughter to ask about what we were selling when putting out yard sale signs. My granddaughter has never known the freedom my son had growing up here, riding his bike, playing outside, and feeling safe. That basic sense of security has been taken from her and from every family on the street. This ordinance is long overdue. It's time to put stronger residency restrictions in place and make sure no other family has to fight this hard just to keep their children safe. Thank you to Commissioner DeVal and Hannah Crosby for taking this seriously and standing up for our community. In person, I have Hannah Crosby, followed by Tricia Gibbs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Hannah Crosby. I've lived here in Northport for over 20 years. Earlier this year, I'm just going to read much easier for me. Earlier this year in Putnam County, an out-of-town investor purchased property and advertised specifically and directly to offenders and predators. Within weeks, more than 40 new individuals moved in, many from other parts of Florida. The only reason the county was able to remove them was that the trailers were condemned due to significant code violations and the fact that the properties couldn't be brought up to the 2025 code. Without those violations, officials' hands would have been tied and those individuals would have been left to stay. The Putnam County ordinance was modeled after the Miami-Dade ordinance. That Miami-Dade ordinance has been challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court and was upheld as just and constitutional. We're not immune here in Northport. While we don't have condemnable trailer parks, we do have other properties, older hotels, small apartment complexes, and multi-tenant buildings that could attract similar investors. Currently, there are several multi-offender houses in our city. One specific house, which I've provided a map overview for, currently houses 4 registered individuals, 2 offenders and 2 predators. 3 of the 4 are repeat offenders. This house sits on Price Boulevard with one bus stop just 350 feet away and another about 770 feet away. The sidewalk that children use to reach these bus stops runs directly behind that house. Statewide data shows that roughly 20% of registered offenders in Florida reoffend. In that Northport house, 75% have reoffended. That's not a statistic, that's a danger zone in a neighborhood full of families. While this ordinance would not be retroactive, it would prevent new offenders or predators from moving in as current ones leave, allowing these high-risk areas to phase out safely over time. Research shows that clustering offenders together increases the likelihood of new offenses, especially when supervision is limited. While schools are often protected zones, the unmonitored areas, bus stops, parks, and playgrounds are where our children are most vulnerable. This ordinance makes communities less attractive for out-of-town offenders to relocate and prevents housing markets designed to cluster offenders together. If implementing or enforcing this ordinance creates operational cost, pass those costs along to the offenders. If they want to live here badly enough, they can contribute to the cost of maintaining community safety, instead of those costs being passed on to law-abiding citizens. Putnam County has already done the hard work of drafting this legislation, which means our local government could adapt it quickly without starting from scratch. Take action to protect Northport families by being proactive instead of reactive. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tricia Gibbs. I'm a longtime resident. I've lived here since 1974. We had one stoplight. I grew up on these streets. I'm going to read. Ladies and gentlemen of the Northport City Commission and esteemed residents, thank you for the opportunity to speak on agenda item 25-2898, the proposed ordinance to establish stricter residency clustering and activity restrictions for registered sexual offenders and predators. As a concerned community member, I strongly support the measure to enhance public safety, particularly for our children. In the next few minutes, I'm going to outline a proposal compared with our current laws, those in Miami-Dade County, Putnam County, and Florida state statutes, and explain why this is essential. First, let's review Northport's current framework. Like many Florida cities, we adhere to state baseline residency and restrictions under the Florida statute 775-215, which prohibits certain sexual offenders and those convicted of crimes against children under 16 from living 1,000 feet of schools, daycares, parks, playgrounds, or bus stops. This is a minimum standard, but it lacks provision against clustering and additional activity limits. Leaving gaps in protection, our city has no local ordinance exceeding this meaning offenders can reside closer together in multifamily settings without oversight, potentially creating unsafe circumstances. In contrast to Miami-Dade County, Lauren Bookchild Safety Ordinance sets a higher bar, prohibiting sexual offenders from residing within 2,500 feet from a school, daycare, parks, playgrounds, and any place where children regularly congregate. This 2,500-foot buffer more than doubles the state and has been in place since 2010. It includes broader prohibitions or loitering in child safety zones. It is a proven model that prioritizes prevention over reaction. Putnam County, which passed a similar ordinance just last month in September 2025. And I'm going to cut this short just by saying that we do have a way to make it 2,500. Our commission has a way to do that. There's a chain of command, and we'd like to follow that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All righty. So we're going to do a motion on this? No. Okay. City manager, we'll get, once you guys hear from the county, we'll hear back, so then we can take this up. In the meantime, we can table this, so.
Yes, sir, we'll keep you posted.
Okay. Moving on to, looks like our final item, E, 25-2915. City manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is the discussion and possible action regarding suggested agenda items for the 2026 Convocation of Governments. This is the item that you just approved earlier for the resolution to be able to attend it all together. Now we're asking if you have a list of topics that you would want to discuss between you and your interlocal partners. As most of you remember who have already attended, it is a meeting where we're able to submit one or two items for discussion of the group. It's not mandatory, but it is allowable if you so desire. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is this school board related or anything related?
The school board is the primary leader of it, I would say. But I would say you have an audience of not only the school board, but every other jurisdiction in our region in the room. So I would not only limit the school board if I were you.
Commissioners, looking for input. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. When is the deadline to submit the list of agenda items to be discussed at that?
I believe it's early November, Mr. Petro. Let me make sure. By November 14th.
Can we have some time to elaborate and to come up and maybe present it for the next meeting?
Or we could bring back the first meeting in, actually, we have two meetings in November, but yes, sir. You can do either the 28th, which is our next meeting in October, and in November, you have a meeting on the 4th as well, which will precede the 14th of November.
Do we, I don't know how many of my fellow commissioners are aware, do we want to weigh in on the subject that right now the school board is wrestling with over charter schools, being able to basically take over space in public schools to the extent capacity isn't reached? I believe that is, I mean, it's a ticklish subject, but the reason it does have some impact and import is that if charter schools exercise that ability and take over a percentage of an existing school, the overhead that goes along with providing all the services are dollars that come out of our taxpayers' pockets. And so there might well be some value in thinking about it and deciding whether or not we wish to even offer up an opinion or perspective on this, because I dare say in each of our counties, Sarasota as well as the surrounding, there are going to be a handful of schools that are going to be occupied by charter schools, which are for-profit, which are privatized, but who will reap the benefit of services that are paid for by our citizens. And, maybe we as electeds ought to have a position on that. But if you want to learn more about it, there's certainly information out there. I don't know, is there anything else people want to bring up at this meeting? Looking at what, basically, city manager did a presentation on recent and upcoming events, accomplishments, goals, partnerships, and programs.
And some of the things we've done in the past, Mr. Mayor, like remember we were going through the conversation regarding the school light that we actually built out there. I think that we talked about it with the board at that meeting, but ultimately we decided to go ahead and do it. And I think it's turned out to be very favorable for us. They normally give us a presentation. They gave one last time regarding Welland Park and the high school out there. So we know that that'll be a big topic. They're also putting in, I believe it's $100 million to renovate and update the current high school. So from the school standpoint, they are investing a lot of money in the city of Northport right now. And you and I were in a COG meeting where they were talking about their financial troubles, but yet they were giving us like almost $300 million. So we were very well taken care of in that conversation by the school. So
that is for sure.
Yeah. So maybe showing a little bit of appreciation for that at that meeting would go a long way.
I think so. Cool. All right. So you have a general feel for, since you're going to do the talking.
I'll turn it over to the mayor who will do the talking at the time.
Right back up.
There we go. I think at that time it'll be him, right? Good. All right. Do we need to?
I'll bring it back, as Commissioner Petro said. I'll bring back something maybe a little bit more formal and structured that will show. And you can either provide me your input as to what you want to do before then, or you can wait and talk about it at the meeting.
Yep. When's this coming? Is it when's the meeting?
It's January 16th.
January 16th. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I put in for that day off.
As opposed to any other day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Specifically that day.
All right. We're on to final public comment.
Lynn Hutcherson. To the Northport City Commissioners, I will not be able to attend the commission meeting being held on October 14, 2025. However, I do want to express my views regarding the request to amend the Central Park Development Master Plan. I live in the colony at Sable Trace and am very much in favor of the requested amendment. The lake adjacent to the colony has been there since the colony was built. There has always been a clear view of the adjacent lake. We as a community would like it to remain that way with no additional new trees or shrubs blocking our view. The lake has already been enlarged a bit and looks extremely attractive. Our shoreline remained the same and we would like to stay that way. We had to take down a large rubber tree that was on the pond at Colony at Sable Trace because Swift Mud was concerned about the root system and would have caused the properties to flood during the hurricane. The next thing is there is less than 16 feet from the shoreline to our properties, and plantings could cause erosion issues and damage, as we have already determined due to the removal of that rubber tree we had to do. Any plantings would also cause us to lose airflow and block our view. With all that in mind, please approve the requested amendment and grant waiver 1 to the Development Master Plan Amendment. Thank you. And that's all.
Thank you. All right. To Commission Communications, Mr. Langdon,
I'll take a pass at this meeting.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, the only thing I got is Daniel better hurry up or he's gonna be the last person here again.
Commissioner Petra.
I went to the Minnesota League of Cities on September 30th.
That's it. Okay.
We can get him
more, sir. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant, is that it? Let me see if I got anything here since the last. I think that's about it.
With all due respect, sir, speed it up.
Yeah.
Why, I've a bet down 2:45. All right.
That's a note.
I'm good there. Then we're on to just administrative and legal. Anything out of city manager?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Acting.
That is my last commission meeting as interim city attorney. Thank you very much. And let's hope we don't have to do this again for quite some time.
We'll see you.
Michael, thank you for everything.
We'll see you soon, sir.
Yes, sir.
City Clerk? All right. With that, if there's no further business, it's 2:37. I adjourn this meeting.